What, as in like streaming setup? I'm ready to go. Yep. All right. Yep. Welcome everybody to my channel really quick. Hi, 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 hi. Okay, I'm done. Bye.
Taken place, and we will take that and kind of go deeper and dive deeper into exactly why there was so much awkwardness, so much weirdness, and why there's so much animosity. And why you'll hear people talk about the Israel-Palestine conflict being, complex.
Why do you say that?
No, like he's emotionally distraught. Like you could
Well, he's
tell.
on everybody.
Well, I feel like you are
Yeah,
coming across that way a
that's
little bit
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, you
Aren't
seem
we
kind of
all?
I'm
distressed.
connecting with that right now.
Let's hear him out.
No. You just bring it
This
in.
week's pretty
you bring
pulled
it in
together,
my
I'd
pod. This is the
say.
part of the stream where we're supposed to turn on each other.
Should I call him?
No.
No, text him
I
first. I
told
would
you
say.
flat out no.
Love says I should.
Don't call him.
Honestly, it's really sad.
Hold
You
on,
can
I thought-
text.
I just want to say really
You
quick
saw someone
before
in
this
chat
starts, I'll
say
turn
that
this
he
down
was
because
watching
they
it.
haven't talked yet. It's really sad seeing the downfall of Ethan Klein because he was somebody that when Hassan started doing his Leftovers podcast with him, I actually enjoyed him. He was somebody that added, another layer of comedy to a lot of things that are really hard to joke about, but he was able to do it in a way that was actually funny. Um,
So true.
and I thought he was a good alliance for Hassan in the fact that he could also bring in some of the, what's considered the normal crowd.
Yep.
So it was disappointing to just kind of see how this conflict and this friendship derailed.
One more time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, once
And
every-
it was, to me, it was especially the beginning of last year after October 7th, after they had already been doing their own thing. It was, at least to me, and it seemed like a lot of the normal people, we kind of needed that dynamic to come together and help us. And it ended up just not turning out that way. And it's so disappointing because those two could have been a really good turning point for a lot of the youth's mentality that just ended up failing now, and it sucks.
Well, they had a very large demographic, right? Like they had a good amount of people who were between the ages of 18 and 25, and then a lot of people who were above 30 in that audience, and there was a good crossover of that. And those are the exact demographics that, let's just be honest, the Democratic Party has had a hard time reaching towards.
Yep,
I forced
absolutely.
my way through.
Kamala's
Yeah.
campaign proved it.
We have H3 calling in. He said he was a long-time watcher, long-time fan, first-time caller.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. So thanks for calling in. What did you want to ask?
I want to know if we're going on that hike, apparently.
I do. I want to.
Oh
I'm
my
down to do
god.
it. I want to hike.
Oh, they're gonna go on a hike. That's so cute.
Yeah.
I'll come to you. Or we should just meet. We can meet.
I
up
will
with
say
you.
this: Ethan has been doing a great job of losing weight. He does at least look a little bit better physically, maybe not mentally,
Yeah.
but he is looking better physically. So kudos
Yeah.
to him.
I was saying earlier, I love the marker
Yeah.
scribbles on his leg from his kid.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
It's
Trump,
so
I know
cute.
that all
Trump is
too
going to
well.
win,
Yep.
and that's very
Me too.
sad.
It's super
But
cute.
I'm glad we were able to provide some level of, victory for the people.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
victory for the people.
I'm not super familiar with Ethan, but as far as my limited knowledge goes, I don't think the first time he's had a falling out with a friend. Absolutely. I agree. This is just a big, important one for sure.
Without a doubt. You know what's going on, Kensai?
I didn't expect the turn that fast from you.
Yeah, Trump is taking it. I'm surprised how hard he's taking it.
Are you? Well, I mean, are you? I was just scrubbing through a lot of the different streamers. It sounded like the Young Turks were talking about still a potential Red Mirage. Hassan and a guest were getting very angry about, or no. They were talking about Harris, and Hassan's guest was talking about the whole no convention and stuff like that. But anyway, It's interesting.
Can we storm the Capitol? Are you pro violent?
No, I'm not pro storming the Capitol.
Okay.
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow.
Stop
see where
the
we're at,
steal.
and then
Stop
and,
the steal.
move forward in
Yeah,
life
Kensai, this
accordingly.
is
All
on
right. Well,
election
we'll start
night.
with tomorrow, and then we'll take it from there. But let's meet on the trails. We'll talk. We'll talk after
Can-
this evening.
Yeah,
Can you,
previous
can you
days.
tell Phil I've been a fan
Possibly,
since
unless I get a
2009?
lot of backlash for even answering this call. In which case, I don't know this man.
Yep.
I am yeah. I don't know if you know this, but I am pro genocide
See,
by the fact of
God,
being.
why you bring in whatever your shit?
there it is.
I feel like I try to go out of my way to not know what's happening with anyone else in this fucking space, and then my team brings me a story, and then I talk about it. I don't have. I've been.
So here's the thing, all right. Apparently, this Philip DeFranco, Ethan Klein thing has been going on for a year, ever since Philip DeFranco did an episode covering the kind of split up between Ethan and Hassan. Um, and Ethan
Right.
Klein was really fucking pissed off about it because, he felt that he was being called, pro genocide, pro this. And this is something that even to this day, up until recently, I haven't seen the most recent video Hassan did about Ethan, but up until this day, as far as I'm aware, Hassan has defended Ethan and even has gone to say to his followers and to friends that, like, Ethan isn't a guy who's celebrating what's happening to Palestinians. Like, that's not him at all. So that's where some of his frustration comes from, but it's not, that doesn't justify the way that he's been acting towards people, because now he's doing the thing what a lot of Zionists do, which is conflating Zionism with being an Israeli or being Jewish in general, which isn't, first of all, isn't true. And second of all it does is perpetuate this false notion of anti-Semitism, especially, and that's dangerous because it's happening during a time where anti-Semitism is a real problem. It's been rising and rising. I mean, shit, it was just in 2016 we had motherfuckers walking around in tiki torches talking about blood and soil.
Right.
We had, and then in 2016, for Trump's presidency, he had Sebastian Gorka, who used to wear his fucking father's pin that was like a pro Hitler Slavic pin. It was.
We've already had Texas college students putting up protest signs saying that women are property. So I mean, it's already starting in the minds of Americans.
Yeah. But no, I just wanted to do a quick backdrop because there's definitely that's why it seems weird for him to just come out and be like, oh well, I'm pro genocide, and he's about to say exactly why he's pro genocide and use the justification I just brought up. But I wanted to bring up the fact that there was that animosity that's kind of been building up for a year.
Yeah, and it's kind of frustrating too, is like Philip DeFranco, I mean, I give him credit. Like he just covers the news every day, non-biased. No opinions on the matter. He asks you at the end of every time he talks about a certain subject, what is your opinion? Let me know in the comments. He's just what I call, he's always been Switzerland. He's always been the neutral party of everything. And I feel like it's disheartening to see Ethan, somebody who a lot of us thought could be the Israeli middleman to, who could kind of understand the Palestinian side, throwing these little crumbs for, to see if Philip DeFranco will chomp down on it. And that's what's frustrating, is like you're using those victimhood mentality talking points against somebody who's always been neutral on all of this. That's the frustrating part. It's like, throw crumbs out to
Well,
get you on my side.
that too, and the fact that Ethan went and visited Israel. That's where he met his wife, who
Right.
was sitting next to him.
She was an
She
iOS
was
soldier when he met her.
and the thing was, she wasn't just a soldier, she was like upper level, like almost like not colonel rank or anything like that, but she was definitely on the very tip of the spear when it came to positions.
Right. Absolutely.
What makes someone a Zionist? So Zionism itself is a belief that uses religious fundamentalism as a means of justification for land appropriation. And it goes a little bit deeper than that, but that's just kind of like the quickest, shortest way to explain it. we can definitely pop up a video that explains what Zionism is really quick before we jump into other stuff after this. I'm totally down for that.
Yeah, I'm
Fuck
absolutely
the
down.
internet for fucking 2 years. I don't want to deal with whatever's going on.
Well, you just co-signed genocide, so
Oh,
Oh,
and just to quickly wrap up, that was fucking disgusting.
yeah.
uh, the issue, the main issue is that not all Zionists are often Jewish, and again, that kind of gets tricky. But it's one of those things where again, the religion of Judaism itself is being used as a kind of as a prop. And Cassie, I don't know if you really wanted to do this. I do not know if you really want to do this. We're talking some heated shit today. I'm going to wait before we start the video to give people trigger warnings because I understand not everybody wants to hear or talk about this. So we will give a quick moment. Cassie, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate you. I hope the rest of your stream was doing well. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh boy. Yeah. So just a quick trigger warning for all of those who are coming in on the raid. I do appreciate you guys stopping in today. We are going to be discussing very sensitive topics, especially politics itself. So if this is something that is not your cup of tea, I completely understand. I will not hold it against you. But yeah, I just wanted to give a quick little warning beforehand. We're going to be watching a couple videos, breaking some things down. How you doing, Chaz? I appreciate you. I think people give these internet micro celebrities with podcasts entirely too much attention. Many of them are not smart and shouldn't be looked at as a source of wisdom. Yes, but we have to examine exactly why people are doing that before we try to make a judgment on it. That's the different key. I appreciate the follows, guys. Thanks for the warning, by the way. Of course, the least that we can all try to do is just be a little bit more considerate. And I think right now, just the way that things are going for a lot of people, it's only the considerate thing to do just to warn people.
I'm screaming. We went from titties to
From titties to
politics.
politics. Thanks
That's
for the
what's
heads
up.
up.
That's what's
Yeah,
up.
hey, that is the circle of life.
Right? That
That
sounds
is
like
the
a good day to
circle of
me.
life. And all platform years ago, I saw his grift during his YouTube drama days. Yes, no, that's 100%. With the Ethan thing, I kind of was misled for a minute just because
Yep.
of some of the connections that he had made with Hassan.
Yeah.
And so I was just kind of hopeful.
Titties and
Uh,
politics. That's most of our convos. That's fucking right, Cookies.
I think people give these. Okay, so the reason I want to go back to what you had said, Shock Team, I think the big issue for me is that we have to examine exactly why people are turning to these micro celebrities that have YouTube podcasts that don't really have a lot of credentials. And the main reason is just because the distrust in media. Regardless if you're somebody who operates from the left mind state or even the right, I think both kind of tend to agree or at least state that they do not trust the media, that they don't trust media sources. And you can't necessarily blame them, especially when you are struggling to afford groceries, struggling to pay, rent, not even a mortgage, but rent. And you have somebody on TV telling you, oh, the economy is as strong as it's ever been. If anything, it's better. We're doing so great. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, then what the fuck? That's just one of many examples. So I think, especially in times like now, we have to try to be more understanding and just listen to other people a little bit. Some people don't deserve that. Um, but I think people who do kind of that are at least seeking to hear a perspective and at least trying to figure things out, those are the people that you can reach because obviously they're open minded. They want to learn, they want to know. They just don't want to be talked down to and they don't want to be misled. And I think that's everybody. I think that's more than a sane proposition to make.
I agree.
Kent, I'm understanding Zionism is just colonization. Yes, no, 100%. It is colonization and it's land appropriation, and it uses religion as a tool as a means of justification. So then that way, when you attack it, they can use the religion that's a tool as a shield,
Right.
and that's exactly what they do.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty much a colonization strategy coattailing on a thousands-year-old religion. pretty much.
I had to explain how to find trusted sources and how to vet them to late 20s Twitch chat. There are a lot of people who were not taught media literacy. No, 100%, and that's one thing that I always talk about as well. I think for me, and Jimmy, I'll let you chime in a little bit as well. But for me personally, when I want to understand the perspective on the Democratic Party from other people, I will watch conservative news because they are tapped into what their base is saying and what they're thinking, and I will understand their mindset from that perspective. Just as if I want to understand what's really going on with American foreign policy, I will look towards media outlets like Al Jazeera. But if I want to know about things that are not necessarily involving Western policy or foreign policy itself, then I might look at something else. Everything kind of shifts, and it's very important to understand why certain media outlets use the propaganda that they do, and understand that two things can exist at once, right? Like they could be telling the truth about one thing and then lie about the other. But I'll wrap that up, and I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add, Jimmy.
No, you absolutely nailed it on the head. I would just suggest whatever you hear on the news, try to find a news source that's saying the complete opposite. That way you get both sides of the argument. Try to come up to your own conclusions of what's morally correct on what is happening with that. Because, like you said, manipulation, propaganda, you're going to get it on all sides of the media. So hear both sides so you can get your own conclusions for sure. Yes, check the facts. Exactly. I agree.
I don't co-sign any of the motherfuckers that exist on the
Yeah,
internet.
yeah. Well, I don't know if you knew this about me, Phil, but I'm Jewish.
I was about to
Ugh.
hang up on you, but I can't hang up on you.
Yeah, it's pretty controversial, but apparently I could go into detail. Do you want to? I could
Let's
go into all
not.
the
Don't
details.
push, don't
It
push.
sounds like
Be
he wants to
nice.
get into it. It sounds like you want to get into it.
No,
Thank
thank you. Thank you for
I
answering.
think it's brief conversations and just get my dumb face on your subreddit and the Snark Reddit and all that stuff. So I'm gonna hop off.
Oh, you know,
I have
you
an
know about
hour and
H3
15 minutes.
Snark. Okay, interesting. It goes far and wide.
Man, every now and then I get mentioned.
Oh, really?
Why do they go for you?
What?
Or
Okay,
they-
I want to
or do they
sit
like
through
you?
some of
They
this.
didn't like that you the stuff about my weight back in the day. That's why.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm not really sure exactly what more of this is pertinent, but with that being said, I wanted to start off with that video to kind of show just exactly the animosity, where it's coming from, and how certain people are starting to act and react. This is something that recently happened just earlier this morning, depending on time zones.
For the children. Free Palestine now! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Oh!
Now you know how it feels, eh? Now you know how it feels, eh? motherfucker?
Oh.
Say free Palestine and we go. Good.
Okay, so obviously there's going to be a lot of reaction to that video, and I just want to start off by saying this. Though that video itself is going to be used by people who obviously revolve on both sides of the argument, there's going to be a lot of people who say, violence is never the answer, and I'm not going to get in an argument or debate over that. I am just going to say this. The events that have been leading up to this incident happening, whether it be the conflict itself, the ignorance of other people who are just trying to either ignore it or dismiss it, I think, and then obviously what was happening directly in Amsterdam that led to those specific moments. I just think it's important to understand that it wasn't just people taking out random and unrequested anger. It was something that has been brewing up and something that is real. And I think instead of trying to quickly in a reactionary type way, try to instantly judge the people who were doing that. It's not to say that they are completely right and they shouldn't face consequences for actions. It's just saying before your initial instinct is to react to that, understand why. And it kind of revolves to my original point. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add, Jimmy.
I'm going to hell. Okay, look. I sometimes agree with, violence sometimes is not the answer. I fucking get it. But at the same goddamn time, like, when did nonviolence ever actually change anything? Like civil war, afterwards slowly blacks started getting rights. Like, um when people didn't fight back, how bad the bad people got in power, like Germany during World War II, like Jews and people who weren't Jews and Germans were quiet and allowed him to do it. It's like when the regular people who are being ostracized, who are being put down and their rights taken away, start to fight back, is the only time that really things start to change. So yes, okay, I get it, violence is not the answer, but I don't see, conservatives out there saying that they're shocked and horrified that, a racist ran over a girl who was protesting for LGBTQ rights. All these guys did was say, I don't like you saying that Israel has a right to exist when it already does exist and Palestinian people don't.
Mm.
That I'm going to sit here and do something to you to make you say free Palestine, to get you to finally fucking see, because it's been over a year and you still haven't changed your fucking mind. Yeah, there's my thing
So
for it, my little rant.
no, and I hear that. My only thing is this. Though I understand that most major revolutions and political movements had a concerted effort of both violent and non-violent means to attain their rights. However, I often think of this quote, and it's something that I use a lot, which is be kind to people, be ruthless to institutions.
Right.
And I think that when you have a situation that you do with Palestine, for example, right? You had the Nakba. And then continuing from that, you had just complete silence and support from the UN, from Western powers, in general. And then you fast forward to the Carter administration with, the Camp David Accords. And it's constant belittlement and rights being stripped away and taken, and there's no forms of power left. And what people have to remember is that when people are desperate and they have nothing to cling on to, they are going to do desperate things. But again, my whole point is, if you're going to have anger that is valid, and frustration that is valid, and fear that is valid, the only way and the best way to do it is to point it at excuse me, the people who are responsible, not just random people, because then ultimately you become no better. And that's
Right,
my point.
right. Oh, I get it. Oh, yeah. I understand, like Kensai, yes, I'm not all for like the attacking random people on the streets because of their nationality or anything like that. Uh, it's just, if you've been out into protest and you're in that element and you're in that emotion and there's people out there, that are going against you and saying things to you, like, it's hard not to just want to punch that person in the face right then and there, It's hard.
Yes. So,
So,
and I'm glad that we're having this conversation this way, because we're about to see exactly the events that have led up to it and the events that happen after it. And of course, we're going to see more things that unfold as a consequence of this happening.
okay.
Israeli and Dutch leaders have condemned what they called a terrible night of anti-Semitic violence in Amsterdam last night, which followed a Europa League football match between Maccabi
Agreed,
Tel
cookies,
Aviv
yeah.
and
Sorry,
Ajax
Kensai.
Amsterdam. The mayor of Amsterdam described it as a dark day in the city's history, saying men on scooters had carried out
No,
hit-and-run attacks.
and just to clarify, yeah, cookies definitely, and that's why I tried to bring it back down. But the thing is, when you do talk about issues like this, it's understandable to get passionate and to have emotions.
Yeah.
And I think I think it's important to kind of have spaces where people feel free to have these conversations and keep it in a way that's respectful, but that doesn't violate the safety and concerns of others, right? Like it's
Yes.
important that we are able to give people the chance or the opportunity to explain themselves. But if their ideology revolves around a concept that either completely removes rights for people or just removes the right for them to exist in general, then in my opinion, you are not allowed an opinion because what you think is harmful. It's not like it's a subjective, like, oh, they could be dangerous. It's like, no, they are dangerous. Their whole world concept revolves on taking away rights for people that they don't like. And I cannot stand for that. That's
Right.
different. Everything else, like, ultimately, and again, I might face slack for this, but if somebody wants to be racist, my mentality is like, you know what, fuck it. They can be an idiot. Like, let them be stupid. Don't let them get power. Don't let them use that and attack other people. But ultimately, like, it's not necessarily something that I need, um, or that I have rather control over.
Right.
And that's the thing for me. And again, for anybody who's in chat that thinks that maybe the perspectives that we have are wrong, or maybe want to challenge that, completely feel free to.
Yes.
I myself have no judgments and understand that there are people who are just trying to figure things out.
Yep. Absolutely.
On Maccabi supporters. She said the violence brought to mind anti-Jewish pogroms in European history. Well, 62 people have been arrested. At least 5 people were treated in hospital. There are also videos of a crowd believed to be Israeli fans chanting anti-Palestinian slogans, and one of them cheering as a Palestinian flag is torn down from the side of a building. We will analyse these clips in a moment, but first let's hear from the mayor of Amsterdam.
It was hit and run. Football fans were attacked, and then rioters took off again.
I do just want to point out something because I forget who it was. They had mentioned something about media literacy, but this is a great moment to examine. The way that they started off the BBC coverage, they specifically honed in on the attacks and the viciousness and the brutality of it. Right? That's the narrative, and it kind of invokes an emotional reaction from you because when you see random people being attacked, it's frustrating, and that's a natural response. And I think it's time that people can at least admit, like, yeah, it's a natural response to have that way, but just allow yourself to continue to see what's being told.
Right.
Not just what you're being told, but allow yourself to form your opinion on what you're being told.
Right.
Running away from the
Because they
police
didn't even
forces
bring up
who were
the stuff that
there
was
in
happening
great
before
numbers.
until
And I
after showing all the
do
numbers
understand
and the chaos.
Yep.
that this reminds us of pogroms, and that this has happened in Amsterdam is irreprehensible. Not only people got injured last night, but our history, the history of our city, has been deeply damaged. The Jewish culture has been threatened, and they are all part of this city.
Amsterdam's chief of police spoke about both Thursday night's violence and the trouble experienced on Wednesday before the match.
Maccabi supporters attacked a taxi. A Palestine flag was put on fire. After the match, around 11,
Okay,
the
I'm
situation
just
around
going to
the
be
street
honest while this
was
police chief
quiet,
is
but
talking, because
problems
honestly,
came
I
at
don't
a
really
later
have an
time.
interest to hear what he has to say. Because he started off talking about
Walking through the
cars
city
being lit on fire. Look, man, it's fucking Europe, dude, and it's football. Okay? Motherfuckers go crazy and burn shit and flip cars
Yeah.
and get into all sorts of wild shit. So
Yeah.
ultimately, bringing up uh, property damage to me, I I could give two shits less.
For fucking
Just to
real.
clarify.
Yeah. I just saw a
height
bunch
of
of fucking
violence,
people
even though
crowding up
we
Los
were there
Angeles not too
in
long
great
ago after
numbers.
a game.
Well, our correspondent Anna Holligan is in Amsterdam. She brought us up to date after
Exactly,
that
Kent side
meeting.
too. Like this is England, Amsterdam's
America
a whole
last
nother
month said
country.
that
So different
these
culture
attacks were
too.
hit
I
and
mean, their
run
football, they're
attacks,
crazy about
many of
it.
them conducted by young men on scooters. So it seems
Oh, okay, hold on. I see something. See some stuff popping up in chat.
Hmm.
But that's England. What are you talking about?
Like the culture of
It's
like
still
going
not okay.
crazy. The culture
So
of, oh, can you hear me?
I think there might be a
No.
conflation there. I'm not saying that it's okay because uh, sports fanatics do it. That's not my point. The point is, if
Mm.
it was really as damaging and as really as bad as police try to make it out when it's a situation like this, then how come there isn't protection for property
I've
after a
got to
football match
restart
that they
my
know that
Discord,
there's
y'all.
animosity and
I have to restart. I got my one fucking audio thing and it decided it wants to do it right now at 1:52 in the afternoon instead of uh, you know, at nighttime when it normally gets it going. I'm back.
it,
Hello.
welcome back.
Thank you.
Do you,
Sorry about that. Yeah, I got my one audio thing. It's done.
cool. In the rest of Europe that doesn't happen. Wait, what exactly doesn't happen? I'm sorry. I had covered a couple different things. I'm not sure what
But
you're
before you couldn't hear me, he was saying, but that's England. I was saying like that's their culture out there, like out in the UK and stuff. Like they're crazy about football. Like after football games, like out there in Italy, all different countries out there, they like go absolutely nuts after a football
Yeah,
game. So like, yeah, it is an
European
England thing.
football in general. Like
Yeah,
England has its football hooligans and shit like that.
right, right,
From
right. So it's a
but
cultural.
like it's stuff like I've seen videos of numerous football clubs having enormous celebrations where they're flipping stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was just saying too. I just watched a bunch of people fucking taking over the streets of Los Angeles after a game not too long ago, just recently. So I mean, it happens all the time. It's a normal thing for like, flipping cars over and rioting and having fucking just people going crazy and having fun because your team lost or your team won out in the streets after the game because you're drunk. You don't want to go home yet because there's so much traffic. So you just want to just chill out and have fun and party. And some people get a little wild.
This is exactly what happens when Philly wins the Super Bowl. No, exactly. And that's my point. And that's why I ask you the question, Shakti, because my emphasis is like ultimately when people are being oppressed, when they're being killed, when they're being violated, and it's continuing to happen for decades, not just to your parents, to your grandparents, but to you as well, and it's going to happen to your children and their children, and so on and so forth. When you are at that level, I think we can all agree that people will feel like they are pushed at a limit and they ultimately have to make one of two choices. Either they lay themselves down and are forced to subjugation from a obviously uh, colonial imperialist entity in Israel that is committing genocide, or they fight back,
Right.
right? And it's the same thing with whenever a protest is happening in the United States and there is property damage that's done. It's it's people choosing to take out frustrations on corporations that play the biggest part in their downfall instead of taking it out on people. And if you ask me if I would rather have an angry group of people take out their frustrations on a building in a car or a group of people, I'm picking building and car every single time. Every single time I'm picking building and car. And that's the whole thing. Because we can sit here in our seats and say, "Oh, well, there's other means of doing it." Well, people have tried voting, people have tried getting involved, people have tried doing just about everything, and nothing has worked. So, again, my question is, what is one supposed to do?
That's the age-old question. If
I
Chicago
like
wins a
flipping
Super
turtles
Bowl in
over.
my lifetime, I'm definitely vandalizing property, zero
Zero
hesitation.
hesitation. Dude,
Fuck.
exactly.
If Dallas
Exactly.
Cowboys win a Super Bowl, you are not stopping my fucking ass. I'm doing something crazy. You don't even know. For real. It deserved.
I'm picking building a car too. No, exactly. And and that's just the point that I want to highlight. But the other thing is, a lot of times the people who are protesting are not the ones that are committing the violence anyways. And that's a huge key that I think people often forget about.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it. It's not just a conspiracy theory, but we've seen it numerous times in different movements that have happened, just in the United States, for an example, of infiltration, whether it be by local police departments, whether it be by the FBI, the CIA, and doing complete sabotage and also instigating violence. This is something that both leftists and people who are on the right agree with. I mean, shit, in the early 2000s, one of the first people who wasn't mainstream media that was talking about FBI infiltration into political movements was Alex fucking Jones. And he was talking about how the FBI had infiltrated the Occupy Wall Street movement
Yep.
and completely corrupted it from top down and derailed it and delegitimized it.
Yep.
He was covering that. Obviously, he went far off the fucking rails, and that's a show that we can have at a different time. But that's the whole key. That's the whole process.
Right. It, yep. I would say to go to the offending country instead of vandalizing because some people get F. I understand your point, but like as somebody like me who has gone out to protest and stuff personally, let's say, I don't know, as an example, I don't like slave labor in China or Africa. I don't have the money to go out and protest in Africa. Like that's just it almost seems implausible to even say go to the offending country unless I'm like a country leader and I can do that. I'm just a regular ass person. So I'm only doing what would be in our power to be able to do to try to get people to see the problems that are literally in our face that they're just ignoring,
Yeah.
right?
Alex Jones isn't all bullshit. He's just clinically insane. No,
Mhm.
and that's the thing, and that's why I have my certain political philosophies that include dialectical materialism, which operates under the fabric of believing that two things can exist at once in that reality, right? Like
Yep.
there's somebody who could be completely horrific but be right about something, and that's okay. That doesn't mean that what they're right about means that you're wrong, and vice versa.
Yep.
It's just that they're right about that one thing.
Yep. Like
That's
Alex
why,
Jones is super anti-Semitic and he's super fucking racist, but he was kind of right about Zionism and the expansion. So he just gets racist and
yeah.
very
Sorry,
anti-Semitic.
we're getting off rail. We'll go back to the video.
Yes.
As
Sorry.
though, according to the authorities here, these were targeted, even premeditated attacks. You mentioned there,
Okay,
62 people
premeditated.
were arrested overnight, 10
It's kind of
remain
a
in
harsh
custody.
call.
5 people were taken to hospital. They have all been discharged today. What we heard there throughout the press conference actually was an effort to try to.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I saw something again.
True that,
True that, but vandalizing is not the solution. I would disagree hard on that. So, Kensai, my question to you is then, what's the solution?
Right.
Because again, they're trying to vote. They're getting gerrymandered. Their votes becoming less and less important. So
Our bills that we write can't even come up to vote in the assembly, so it never fucking even comes to a vote for us to get to see about it or vote about it. There's a lot
yeah,
of walls.
and just to give you an example, I know that you're talking also from like a global thing, but just to give you a perspective of here in the United States, because one thing that a lot of people on the right always bring up is states' rights, and they love bringing up the fact of, we should allow the state to decide, and they try to make it seem like, oh, if the people just vote for it, then it's going to be picked because the state wants it. Depending on where they live, that'll determine their values. But that's not the case. One of the best highlights I have for it, and this is something you can look up, or I can even pop it up on the screen if you guys want me to, but Florida had a ballot resolution to where they said that if something doesn't get more than 60% of the vote on a ballot measure, it can't get passed. And guess what happened? 53% of people voted for that ballot measure to pass. So the 60 percentile recommendation or line didn't even get hit, but it's passed. So now if they have a resolution that gets put on that bill, it has to get 60% or above for it to even count.
I totally understand, but disrespecting somebody's property doesn't do anything about a cause, whichever it is. If somebody tries to burn my house or car, see, and that's where you got to where when it comes to protesting and like some of this vandalization and stuff like that, you got to separate like the protests from some of the vandalizers too, because even some of the vandalizers, like the people that are like stealing stuff from stores and things like that during the protest, a lot of those people, a majority of them wouldn't go to like a small family owned. There are, like I said, there are some, but the majority would not. That's why when you saw like a lot of during the Black Lives Matter protest, a lot of them ran into Target and stole TVs. It's more of the big conglomerate nationwide stores that definitely, I can promise you 100% Target has fucking insurance on the box that those TVs fucking come inside. So to
That's
me,
right.
I do
And
not care about Target, but I do, yes, I do feel bad about the mom and pop stores, especially like during the LA riots in the 1990s, the small Japanese owned stores that were down there. I felt bad for them, but I ain't feeling bad for Target. I ain't feeling bad for Walmart. I ain't feeling bad for all the
no,
rest of those
see,
motherfuckers.
this is where I got to add a caveat, and this is just coming from the neighborhood I grew up in. Okay. Ultimately, if you are trying to argue from a perspective, and this is something that I see, and this is something that I often combat, if you're trying to argue from the perspective of like, oh, people should have more pride in their neighborhoods, they should, they shouldn't attack their own community. The argument that I make to that, and the argument that's often made against that, is this: you cannot say that it is their community, that it is their stores, when they are not represented in ownership of those stores. It is not money that is staying circulating in that community, so they have no sense of ownership and pride because they don't get to own any means of production, and that's the key.
Mhm.
So again, I can hear what people are saying when it comes to the vandalism part, but again, that shit doesn't really necessarily matter to me in the grand scheme of things. And my point is, if you're more concerned over a building or a car or windows or whatever getting damaged than the rights of someone getting trampled on or taken away, that's more of a reflection on you than it is the movement that you're judging. Because at the end of the day, you can either excuse one thing or the other. Because some things you have to make a decision on. You can't sit on the fence.
Mhm. I agree. I'm like fucking clapping my hands over here at Joker's comment. That's why you got to raise awareness with some hashtag movement or some shit. Find a way to organize information and awareness before things go to vote. Then again, so many people's attention span is so short. That's exactly what I completely agree with. The raising awareness hashtag. We were actually just talking about that recently. Is that a lot of movements, for them to even have some kind of momentum to back them up, they need some kind of short, quick, quippy statement that stands out or a symbolism that stands out. And we just need to figure out a way to be able to get all of those more momentum with something like that, which it sucks, but that's kind of how it works right now. You got to get something catchy, and that's how you get a movement. We've got to figure out a way to do it.
Let's see. There's a lot of stuff popping off in chat, and I appreciate it, guys. And
I
for
know.
those that are lurking, we appreciate you as well. Don't feel like we forgot about you. We love
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
I say if I see others struggling, if we're able to help as people, we help. Supposed to be giving
Absolutely.
people consideration for our fellow man, but people are
Absolutely.
selfish and people in the end only look out for themselves. See, I agree, but I disagree. I think that inherently human nature isn't one of selfishness and greed because if you look around you, there are multiple examples of people being caring and giving and loving and understanding. Um, Obviously, with how bad things have gotten, it's made people kind of lose it, essentially, for lack of better terms. But ultimately, I'm a believer, at least, in the fact that human nature isn't inherently selfish or greedy or evil. It's in fact the opposite. And you know, civilization itself is quite an example of it, right? Because if people were greedy and selfish, then we wouldn't have the growth in humanity that we've seen over the past 1,000 years. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? Like it's not possible. It came from, you know, it's the whole reason that you started seeing villages start, right? Because people were recognizing that you wanted to be able to protect women and children, and you also wanted to take care of your elders and make sure that they just, you know, didn't get left behind and die. So you would form villages. You would have to reach out to other people who were nearby to form a community and agree to protect one another. And maybe it started off from maybe more so self-conservation, but that's not selfishness. That's different. That's a whole separate thing. I know that's kind of like getting into like a philosophical debate, but
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I think greediness and selfishness has come about due to the feeling of lacking, which has been brought on by our economic and the capitalistic system, the country and the way it's run has been uh, obviously, even if you look in rural areas such as like Iceland or northern Russia, you'll still see communities that come together no matter what. I think it's just we're just this greediness and stuff is just a symptom of capitalism and all of what's come from like colonialism and all of that.
I definitely will advocate for people who don't have a voice, but I can't do it 24/7. No, and nobody expects anybody to.
Right.
Nobody expects anybody to. That's why I do shut shit down to people who are like, "How dare you take a break? You think the people who are being attacked can take a break?" It's like ultimately, if someone is taking time out of their life to try to advocate for something and actually have a genuine interest, that person's an ally, and that's someone that you should try to bring in further and maybe get them to participate a little bit more. But then they do it from a place that they actually want to, and it's not being forced, and it's not uh the thing that often gets done with a lot, which is that white guilt, white savior complex. So I think it's kind of important to be able to um, just allow yourself to have those breaks and try to enjoy yourself, be normal, find stuff that you know you enjoy doing, whether it's playing video games, whether it's going for walks, taking hikes, driving around, whatever it may be. It's
Mhm.
important to do that. You have you have a life that you have to live, and it doesn't make you a bad person for needing moments where you just kind of need mental clarity. Because I think ultimately, regardless of what your situation is, I think a lot of us can agree that sometimes we just kind of check out and just kind of go into a mode where we just kind of float around and fill our time with hobbies and shit to waste time,
Mhm.
and then it's back to reality, and
Yep.
that's just how it is.
Yep. Unplug. That's right. All right.
People go back to caring for another.
I
Guilt trip
hear
instead
you.
inspiring people creates the opposite effect you were looking for. No, exactly.
Reinforce the idea that Amsterdam is a city of tolerance, a city of peace, and it condemns this level of violence that was witnessed last night. We heard from the mayor. She said, "We have international tensions in our city, but we pride ourselves on tolerance and peace. We are ashamed because last night peace and tolerance were not there. It was criminals, hit and run, targeted attacks." She said it was a dark night and a dark day for Amsterdam. And of course, during that press conference, we also heard references to the history of this city and attacks on Jews during the Second World War. All of those tensions have now, of course, been inflamed. We should also mention a major police investigation is underway. They're also looking into allegations there were attacks on Palestinian flags, anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab chants from some of the Israeli supporters. You know, this city is no stranger to riots, to football-related violence, but this is very clearly something
Acceptance
else,
is
which
greater
is
than
why we are
tolerance.
seeing the authorities take
Exactly.
it so seriously, and so many politicians and even the Dutch king.
And ultimately, people have to
intervenes in
arrive to that
it.
by themselves.
Yep,
Just tell us
I was just gonna
a
say
little
it's
bit more
definitely
about what
better,
you
but
know
we can't
about the
force
They
background
people.
have to be able to arrive to it by themselves. And
Well, we
I think,
have,
and this
gone
is where
through and verified.
we're going to go to the Al Jazeera coverage of it, because I think we kind of get the point they're trying to make,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is that the people who were committing the acts of violence did it just because it was premeditated. They did it because they were Jewish,
Yep.
and it's anti-Semitism.
Yep.
That's the main point that they were trying to make.
At least 62 people have been arrested and 5 are in hospital after fighting between Israeli football fans and Palestine solidarity demonstrators in the Dutch capital. Video posted online shows Israeli fans tearing down Palestinian flags in central Amsterdam. Fans of Israeli club Maccabi Tel Aviv were there for a Europa League match against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's sending 3 planes to the Netherlands to bring back Israeli citizens. Well, Sepp
Jeez.
Vassen joins us
a
live
full-out
now
emergency
from
evacuation
Amsterdam.
plane had to be called
Sepp,
in.
a bit of an
Right.
explanation, please, of what actually happened that led to all of this that we've been seeing some of those videos, and how are the Dutch authorities responding?
What the fuck is wrong with that, people? Yeah, so the video that you saw were the pro-Zionist football fans that were literally going around different communities and like tearing down stuff that was on people's houses, their stores. They were harassing and being violent with people that were Arab or Muslim, and they were chanting, you know, death to Arabs,
yeah.
and laughing about dead children, things of the like, which I'm sure they're going to show. But yeah, that's exactly why they're showing this, and that's why I wanted to show the comparison between BBC coverage and Al Jazeera when it comes to this, because there's an obvious agenda, and you understand that BBC is just propaganda and
Right.
things that kind of favor the imperialistic West.
Right. So really quick, just so you guys get to pay attention and see, like the BBC channel right before we were just watching, like they mentioned Palestinian flag being burned, and then like one sentence, 2 sentences later, they said that the Israelis in that town feel threatened. So like they bring up the fact that, you know, that there was stuff happening, like the actual stuff that Israelis were doing, but they never mentioned the Israeli supporters doing it, and then subsequently follow it up with Israelis feel attacked and threatened, and Bibi Netanyahu is bringing planes out to get them. So that's the kind of thing that you don't see on these westernized, white-ish kind of news channels. Is they'll say the bad action, but then they'll quickly like protect the Zionist uh, uh, actions by saying that these you know Palestinians or Palestinian supporters are doing bad things. So just remember that, because obviously Al Jazeera is showing and talking about what led up to what happened, the violence that happened, and what the Zionist supporters were doing. So yeah, that drives me crazy. Just wanted to point that out.
100%. All mainstream media is propaganda, and you were correct.
Yep.
And that's exactly why we've started doing the show that we do together now, because I want to allow people to see in real time examples of ways to analyze the media and cut through the propaganda and be able to form exactly what's going on through using the information that's coming from 2 different sources and understanding what the propaganda is, what the bias is, what they're going to cover and favor, and why they're going to be using certain language that they do. It's so important to understand that. But you were 100% right.
Right.
Well, thousands of Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters came to Amsterdam for this match against Ajax Amsterdam, and they had quite a vocal presence here in the center of the city yesterday, the day before the match. There were thousands of them rallying here at Dam Square, where I am standing right now, waving Israeli flags. There also was this moment when a Palestinian flag was torn down by them somewhere around the corner here. Hundreds of people were present, and the police just drove by, didn't intervene. Also, a taxi driver was attacked, which led to a fight between taxi drivers and the supporters from Tel Aviv. And so this was the build-up to an escalation which happened after the match, which took place last night. Palestine Solidarity supporters came to the stadium. They asked to have a rally there, but the mayor of Amsterdam had banned that rally. They went there anyway, and then there was this riot with police, fights between the supporters from Tel Aviv and the Palestine supporters. People got injured. Also, there are stories of people going into hotels. So there was a very busy night for police. 600 police was active here in the city center. I've seen also images of the mobile brigade of the police trying to protect these supporters from Israel. And now there are still some of them in hotels here around Dam Square. I just spoke to two of them who said that the messages coming from Tel Aviv, from the Israeli government, have really made them very nervous, because the government told them not to leave the hotel, and if they want to go to the airport, don't take a taxi, because that would be too dangerous, because they say immigrants are the drivers of these taxis, so that would be too dangerous. Also, don't take the train. So they were very, very nervous, and they said also that, of course, it was quite a scary night for them as well. So they're now basically stuck in their hotels. Israel has said that they're going to send planes to rescue them from Amsterdam, also saying that the situation would be still very dangerous. But you probably can see that everything looks very normal around me here in Amsterdam right now. After the riots finished, basically around midnight, a little after midnight, everything turned to normal.
Okay, thanks very much for that latest update there from Amsterdam. We can go to Meron Rappaport, who's an investigative journalist and editor of the Hebrew language
You don't
news
hear
site
that
Local
shit on
Call, and he joins us
BBC at
live
all.
from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Now, reports that the violence, in fact, started the night before by the Israeli fans, that they say started attack. That was also according to an Amsterdam City Council member.
Wow, there you
So,
go.
so I think that about wraps it up, because we already know some of
Yeah.
the outcome.
Like you don't
as-
hear that on BBC at all. Like, here's the timeline. Israeli Israeli supporter protesters started doing anti-Palestinian actions out there on the streets, burning things, saying death to Arabs. Palestinian supporters heard about it, went out there, and started protesting back. So during the timeline, while during the Israeli supporters were doing all that anti-Palestinian stuff, they even said right here in this one that the cops just drove by and didn't do anything. So what is the Palestinian supporters supposed to do? They're gonna feel like they need to go out there and do something, because these Israeli supporters are able to get away with doing all this anti-Palestinian stuff. So they go out there. They did a fuck around and find out with the Israelis, and then they get brutalized by the cops. Like, I mean, Israeli supporters ended up being locked up in a held up in a hotel until they can get out of there. But Palestinian supporters still got beat up by the cops. Like, oh my gosh, how are people not seeing this right in front of their faces? Like, I mean, I guess we watch Al Jazeera and most people don't,
well,
but still, like,
the thing is, the difference is, there is a huge disconnect of people who understand how the police operate.
yeah.
There are some people who live in the suburbs, who live in really nice communities, that when they think of the cops, they're perfect. They're the ones who always solve the crimes. They always do things by the book. They're the good guys. As to where people who live in neighborhoods that aren't so rich understand that the cops aren't anything special. They're just people like everybody else.
Yep.
They just have a badge.
Right.
That's the difference.
Right.
And, specifically, my anecdotal type evidence for this is, I had a neighbor who was robbed at gunpoint. He was able to subdue the person who robbed him at gunpoint. He was a Vietnam veteran. He subdued him had him on the ground, had control of the gun, got out his cell phone while he had him pinned. And mind you, this guy was like in his late 60s, 70s, okay? He was an old guy. Called 911, let them know that he's being robbed at gunpoint, that he had the guy subdued. You want to know how long it took for the cops to get there? Just take a guess.
It's got to be hours.
3 hours.
Yep.
It took 3 fucking hours. And you know what the cop had the audacity to say? Where is he? Where is he?
Like, motherfucker, I'm a civilian. You expect me to hold up somebody for 3 fucking hours?
When he had a gun.
Right?
Where is he? Was the response. And then ultimately, too, there was a car crash. There was 3 children that were involved. It took paramedics, and mind you, a hospital at the time was less than 5 minutes away, walking. And it took an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, for a cop and the EMTs to show up. Mind you, it's children that are younger than 5. Crying, scared, their mom's all fucked up. Some of them are fucked up. And then, when one of my neighbors got shot twice because people just drove down my street and were shooting at different houses for fun, it took them several hours to respond. And then when the other house across the street got firebombed, they didn't even come through to do any like evidence gathering or anything for a whole day. They just taped it off and went back home and then came back the next day and looked around.
Wow.
So I just want to put that out there so people can understand what the reality is for a lot of people in America, first and foremost. But I'm going back because I'd seen Shakti say something. Palestinian and Israeli supporters are both being nasty with each other. I hear you. However, what is the point from the Palestinian and what is the point and the goal for the Israeli? Because I can tell you. And I can tell you why I pick a side when it comes to that. Which is what we're going to get into today. But it's because Palestinians are being nasty because since 1948, their land, their ancestors, their parents, their grandparents, their cousins, uncles, brothers, sisters, daughters, sons, have been massacred and subjugated to an open-air prison ever since. And not only have they had their water controlled, their diet controlled, their electricity controlled by Israel, they don't have access to any sort of like metalworking or anything like that. That's why you see a lot of handmade and a lot of kind of like black market-ish type weapons where they're made from scrap metal from like drop bombs and shit and blown up tanks, because that's how what they've had to resort to because of their lack of resources. So that's how I try to frame questions like that, because ultimately what you could say using that kind of framework, to use an example, the Civil War. You could say, well, Union troops are being kind of fucked up and some Confederate troops are too. So, I don't know. Well, it's like, okay, yeah, and it's okay to call that out, but ultimately, who's on the right side?
Right.
And again, that's not to excuse their actions if they are bad. But again, who's on the right side? That's the key. That's the difference.
Right.
Some protesters use the fact that the conflict gains more attention than handing out filters and put themselves in dangerous situations, even when there's environmentalists chaining themselves to trees to prevent them from being cut down. they got more attention freaking out about what they went through to be removed and got more attention to their cause. Yes. And again, a lot of that has to do with, unfortunately, for some people, their minds cannot be changed until there's some sort of pain or suffering that they see, either directly or indirectly. And you're 100% right. I mean, there's different kinds of strategies when it comes to protesting. And I'm not going to pretend as if there aren't some protesters that come in with the intention of just causing trouble. I'm not going to deny that. My whole point is the people that do that, it's a very small percentage of those, and they're not there to better the cause or to move it forward. They're just there to have chaos. And there's just people in this world who just want, like in fucking The Dark Knight, some people just want to see the world burn. And when they see political movements getting angry and resorting to going down the streets, they're like, well, shit, they're already out here. How can I get a bunch of people to start acting out so then I can act out and be part of the crowd and disappear if I need to? It's not like it's a free service. Or you can pay up to $12K for an ambulance. Yeah, I mean, the ambulance ride prices are absolutely insane, can't say. I don't think any anecdote over how long cops took or how well cops did is ever going to perfectly describe who cops are or how good or bad they are. No. I'm not saying that that's what all cops are just because of my personal anecdote. What I'm saying is you have two separate arguments, which are the cops are good, they're perfect, they never do wrong. And then you have another argument, which is no, there are some cops who are not good and they are not perfect and they are corrupt, right? You have two different arguments that are being made. And a lot of people just want to meet in the middle because it has been perceived that if you approach things from a centrist point of view, if you are a quote independent or whatever have you, that you were coming at it from a more logical explanation. It's been kind of programmed because when you do think of centrism, right, you're like, oh, well, they're just people that are picking the best from both. But that's not really the case. Because if you look at a lot of centrists in American politics, a lot of centrists support the 13th Amendment, which is just legal slavery.
There's a lot of gray area, I agree.
The point from the Palestinians that they don't want to be wiped out and they want to keep their land, yes. The point of Israelis is that they say it's their land, yes. And again, the problem is it wasn't their land. It was given to them by Western powers, specifically the UN, the same UN that now Zionists are saying, we don't give a fuck about your courts. Your rules don't mean anything. Which, in my mind, if I'm the UN, we don't mean anything, then you know what? Israel isn't a fucking nation anymore because we were part of the reason that you became a nation in the first place. That's the difference.
That's a good point.
The difference is the conflict is across the world and doesn't affect me here. That may sound selfish, but I can't worry about conflicts going on throughout the world all the time. No. And it's not about judging you for not necessarily seeing the conflict or agreeing or whatever the case. That's I think a lot of people need to navigate away from that. People need to move away from judgment unless it's actually warranted. Now, if you were to come out and say like, no, Palestinians do not have a right to those things, then you should be open to criticism because you're just a shitty person. And some people will make the argument, and sometimes I do when it comes to centrists, that they're just as bad, if not worse, because they allow it. I can at least come at it from a humanistic level and understand it. And the problem is, it doesn't affect you directly here because the bombs aren't being dropped on you. But the way that it's affecting you here is because of the bombs and because of the Iron Dome and because of the fact that we pay for Israelis' health care and because of the fact that we pay for a lot of their government. Just to be honest, this is something that you can actually look up. Because of all of those things, you yourself and all of our family members and loved ones do not have access to health care, are buried in health debt and student loan debt. Our roads are fucking falling apart. Our schools are being completely outcompeted in every single level. I mean, the list goes on and on. So yes, in a way, it doesn't directly affect you because, again, you're not having to deal with the consequences of close to 100,000 dead. I myself think the number is more close to 200,000.
Shock.
But
Where do Israelites go in a situation like that? They go where they already are. They're all over the world. There's tons of Israelites living here in America. Why do they get their own special place? Like if we're gonna start talking about they should have their own special place where they're protected, and it's where, of their choosing and where they get to do it. Why? Because they owned it thousands of years ago. Why are we not doing that for the indigenous cultures in all of westernized countries, including Australia, America, Canada, all? Once you're gonna, I feel like it's opening up Pandora's box. If you're gonna allow this stuff to actually happen, if the Israels get to have their own land because they owned it thousands of years, then let's just open up all of it and let's start talking indigenous. Let's start doing all of this. That means we as white people here in America need to give up our fucking land and give it back to Native Americans and let them figure it out. Like it's just like it opens up Pandora's box to me, at least.
isn't the fight basically a fight over holy lands by different groups? That's the way it's being
Okay.
presented, Jokers. Sorry, I was listening to you. I wasn't ignoring
Nope,
that
you're
or
good. I'm
nothing.
reading
I was
shock
just reading
stuff,
chat.
so yep.
It's not religious in the sense that it's being presented. Religion does play a factor into it, but again, it's being more so used as a tool. It's not about religion, it's about land aggression. That's what it is. It's all about land aggression, and Israel has done so much as to basically come out and admit it. Excuse me. 2 ad breaks in 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Kayla.
Could Palestinians go to other places too? But see, that's
No,
asking
they. Okay,
that's
so
that's asking somebody who already lives in their home on this land right now to move somewhere else so an Israel can live, or yeah, a Zionist can live there, like what's happening in the West Bank. How is that fair? That's like saying, hey, you live in this place in Colorado. We've got some Israelites who, or some Zionists who, need a place to stay. We decided that this land is their spot, so you've got to go somewhere else now. Like these people are living there within the last 75 years. These people we're already living there and we're forced to move. And now, like in Gaza, they're being forced to move up and down Gaza. They don't even have a home at all anymore. And there's people
so
riding on
sorry.
boats with binoculars watching Gaza get blown up and saying, hey, I'm going to take that spot. That's going to be my beachfront property in a couple of years. How's that fair? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Where do the Israelites go in a situation like that? So there's
I agree,
there's
Sean.
multiple things. Ultimately, more than 10% of the Israeli population have dual citizenship. So I
Yes.
think I think that's like a million people out of the total Israeli population who could just go back to their homes wherever they are, whether it's in America or throughout Europe, etc.
Yeah.
Or they, I don't know exactly how a two-state solution is going to work now. But that was something that not just the PLO, but also Hamas was trying to operate under and agree towards. And it was something that wasn't violated by Hamas solely. It was something that Israel went back on numerous times. It wasn't just Hamas, it was both of them. And that stuff that we're going to be getting into, we have a couple videos that we're going to watch that's going to be covering that
Yeah.
before we get too far ahead of ourselves.
Thank you.
We shouldn't be paying their government. No, and that's
No.
something that I agree with. We should
Agree.
not be paying for Israeli healthcare. We should not be paying for their defense systems. We should not be paying for their bullets, and we should not be paying for their bombs. 100%. You would not get an argument with me out of that
Absolutely.
at all. Our
I agree.
government gets billions to other countries, and we get $750 checks. So there's two things I want to address about that. I don't disagree with the government giving out billions to other countries. I do see that as a problem for the reason that they're doing it and how they use that money specifically, because the majority of the money is defense contracts and not aid. So that's a huge distinction. And the other thing that I want to address is the $750 comment, because here's the thing. I know the $750 talking point was something that was widely used, especially because of, Hurricane Helene and the devastation it had. $750 was the first of many payments to follow from FEMA. It was the first payment after you signed up and got things and were getting things assessed. 750 was just to get you started, just to be able to be like, hey, we know you had to get a hotel. We know you had to go to a shelter. We know you had to do XYZ. Here's at least a little bit of money for now till we get you more, so you can at least feed your family, so you can at least get fresh clothes, whatever the case may be. The Woodward factories here in town produce product for guided missiles that are used in Israel. I know, and it's fucking disgusting. I'm not saying Israelites should get a special place. I'm just posing the question. No, 100%. It's called embassy. They have those, but 100% humans should feel safe where they effing live. No, and they definitely do, but I think Palestinians have more of a right to feel safe where they live over the Israelis who are occupying them. And I think that that's not just a political ideology, Mark. That's just a human decency one.
Yeah.
And that's not me trying to say that I'm like better than anybody. I'm just saying. Can the Palestinians go other places too? I'm glad that you asked that question. No, they cannot, because once they leave, they are not allowed to come back. But people who are Israeli that are in the West Bank are allowed to come and go as they please. But people who are Palestinian are not. That's the difference. They can't go anywhere. And because of things that we're going to cover today, they are not allowed to go to Egypt. They are not allowed to go to any of the other surrounding nations that you would think would be allies, including Lebanon, which has sent missile strikes over there. But again, there are multiple facets to it, and that's why people who are pro-Palestine reach the frustration levels that they do, because people have been completely ignoring this process for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I wish our government didn't put their nose in other countries' affair. Anti-interventionist is understandable, but I don't agree with anti-interventionism all the way, because anti-interventionism is what allowed the Jewish Holocaust to happen in the first place.
Jokers, I'm gonna pin your message on my channel. You are adorable as shit.
Yeah, I need to pin that on mine too.
That's a good one.
If you live here in the USA, I consider them Americans with different racial, cultural, religious backgrounds. There's legit no serious differences. We just need to try to be more conscious of others' unique perspective they can give. All human life is valid. 100% agree with that. 100%. Still not enough. We're all human beings and need to find a way to get along and chill. Exactly, Joker.
That's the one I pinned. You are adorable. Oh my god.
Yeah, Jokers is awesome. I love Jokers and Wing Poo.
I love
They're
it.
good people.
So amazing.
It's fucked up, but what am I to do? And again, this isn't I think when people make criticisms, it's not about necessarily like what you have to do as an individual. I think anybody who's serious about when it comes to making actual change understands it's not so much individualistic, it's a collective thing. But ultimately, my viewpoint is this: if you're going to have an opinion that is to present itself as nuanced, then you actually have to understand the context of the situation before you can just make vague judgments and statements. And I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. I'm just saying that in general. And I hope that I'm explaining this in a clear way.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of what we are all asking right now is what are we to do? What can we do? And we just got to
Yeah.
figure it out. I mean,
No, and again, I think, to go back to what Shakti was saying, like, no, I don't think there's anybody out there, whether they're, deep in the trenches activist or not, that expects someone to like 24/7 to think politics.
right.
It's just not healthy. It's something that people who have been doing this shit for years will tell you, like, no, dude, you need a break. You need stuff that makes you happy.
Absolutely.
And it's perfectly fine. But it is a civic duty to not just be aware of what America is doing in America, because ultimately you understand and come to an understanding, rather, that America is responsible not just for what happens here, but in other countries as well.
Right. Just giving my 2 cents. No, thank you, Shock. I really appreciate the discussions and conversations you're having in the chat. I super appreciate it. This is pretty much what
Yes.
it's all about. This is how we get to solutions. This is how we come together and talk about things. It's interacting and talking. So you're doing
Yeah.
exactly what we've pretty much begged for.
Yeah, no, we've really been looking forward to having these kind of conversations, because
Yeah.
it's being done from a level of respect.
Yeah.
There's no animosity, and it's not like anyone's out there deliberately denying the human value of anyone in specific. So as long as those values and principles are followed, like, I am perfectly fine with having a conversation.
Right. We do or do not. There is no try. Jedi Master Yoda.
Master Yoda.
Legend. Yeah.
For
Legend.
real.
And Copic says,
I think.
go ahead, read
Oh,
it.
go ahead. No,
Nope.
you go ahead. I've been
Okay.
talking a lot. You read.
I think that the conflict has degenerated into something so complicated that, damn. Yeah. No,
No,
I
it's not
completely
complicated
agree.
though. It's not complicated. I'm gonna actually pull up
I
a video that perfectly explains this.
I think it's become complicated because of the mudding of everything, especially the verbiage, the way that the perspective that different media propagandists are showing. Every a lot of things have become muddied, and people just can't come to a conclusion of what is right and wrong. Oh, you're not. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, watch
So
this.
my first question,
We're gonna watch this.
it
This
says
is
on your
good.
Twitter that you're
Okay, so just before we get into it, I just want to say rest in peace to Michael Brooks. This guy is definitely responsible for not my radicalization, but just opening my mind to global politics and its impact on American policy as well as foreign. A very empathetic guy. He always operated from a level of empathy for every person, even if it was a rural conservative that he disagreed with. It was always coming from a place of understanding and trying to reach them from a human level, not a judgmental one. So I just want to start off with that. And also keep in mind that this guy is also Jewish who is saying this.
Yes.
Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish.
No, but like in your
Oh,
tweets.
maybe he's not.
I don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background. I'm just
Okay.
trying to think of.
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
Yes.
how do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's an absolutely necessary. My
Okay,
Jewish
quick thing though, too. Let's see how long ago this was. This is 4 years ago. This is before October 7th.
values teach me to oppose apartheid.
And I'll rewind that real quick.
Okay.
Teach me to oppose apartheid.
For Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy.
I love it. It's an absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? Yep. You went to Gaza? I went to the border. Oh, okay, but not to Gaza. You can't be in Gaza. Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism, as in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, look, I grew up, you know, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela, said, you know, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, like, the argument was that, like, literally this is childish. Like, the idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, you know, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, I mean, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, I mean, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody could reasonably ask me to support. And I understand, you know, yeah, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that, you know, we can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in play since like 2003. And when we talk about, you know, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak. So it is what it is. And I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody, no matter who they are.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being like also a stance that a lot of like very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus like, you know, seeing this as more of a complex issue where it is wrong what's going on, and there's also a way to do this that Israel still exists and is supported?
So it's not a complex issue. That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in what, you know, Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them with rocks, the security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. If you work around most people who are concerned with this issue, it's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is, why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history? That's a serious question, and that's inseparable from the racism of the project, which goes back to the first part that we have to solve. But thank you, shalom. And I am serious about it coming from Jewish values. Like Tony Judd, my reading, to the extent I do, which I actually do have some connection to that in a religious sense, it's unacceptable for me. But yeah, no, I know. We'll but it's not complicated.
That's so good.
So, I love that video for so many reasons. And again, rest in peace.
Yeah.
He was an absolutely wise, intelligent person, and he's responsible for kind of opening my mind to a lot of leftist thought.
But he does a very, very good explanation of the open air prison and how Gazans have lived there under the under the Israeli rule. He does a very caring, empathetic explanation.
And that's the thing that I always try to revolve around too.
Right.
Because people always try to throw this thing when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict. We're like, oh, it's complicated, but it's really not. It's really not. It's not complicated if you look at it from a humanitarian aspect. And for me, it's not just disagreeing with somebody over a difference of opinion if they can support a country that thinks it's okay to just kill hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. That's fucking disgusting.
Gonna spank Lord Hole.
Oh, Kensai, just to let you know, dude, it's we try to keep this unlocked for the two of us during the stream, bud.
Yeah.
Just to keep it from derailing.
Will do.
I'm sorry, dude. But
Relax.
one of these episodes, I would love to talk to you about politics in Spain, and would love to have you on.
My God,
100%.
yes, please.
Oh, you will not love me.
I just want to hear you talk now. Fuck.
Thank you.
All right, so we're about to put on a couple little snippets of Norman Finkelstein.
What up,
He'll
Game
talk a little
Phil?
bit about some of the Camp David Accords, and this kind of ties into a lot of the fear, anger, and resentment that Palestinians feel, not just towards Israel, but Western powers who enable it.
Edited version of what they had to say. Shlomo Ben-Ami is both an insider and a scholar. As foreign minister under Ehud Barak, he was a key participant in years of Israel in 1948.
In 1948, what was born was a state, but also a regional superpower in many ways. We have prevailed over the invading Arab armies and the local population, which was practically evicted from Palestine, from the state of Israel, from what became the state of Israel, and this is how the refugee problem was born. Interestingly, the Arabs in 1948 lost a war that was, as far as they were concerned, lost already in 1936, 1939, because they have fought against the British mandate and the Israeli or the Jewish Yishuv, the Jewish pre-state, and they were defeated then. So they came to the hour of trial in 1948 already as a defeated nation. That is, the war of 1948 was won already in 1936, and they had no chance to win the war in 1948. They were already a defeated nation when they faced the Israeli superpower that was emerging in that year.
You have some very strong quotes in your book of your own and quoting others, like Bert Katznelson, who is the main ideologue of the labor movement, acknowledging that in the wake of the 1929 Arab riots, the Zionist enterprise is an enterprise of conquest. You also say the reality on the ground was that of an Arab community in a state of terror, facing a ruthless Israeli army whose path to victory was paved not only by its exploits against the regular Arab armies, but also by the intimidation and at times atrocities and massacres it perpetuated against the, or it perpetrated against the civilian Arab community. A panic-stricken Arab community was uprooted under the impact of massacres that would be carved into the Arabs' monument of grief and hatred. Explain that further.
Well, you see,
So again, I'm glad. Shout out democracy now.
That was good.
Okay, first off, but it's important that the framing of the question is in that way, because you can try to say that the response to things are barbaric, but you have to analyze it from a full contextual type of way.
Mm-hmm.
One quick second, I see a couple things in chat I'm gonna get caught up on. Game.film, happy Friday, welcome, appreciate you stopping in.
Yep.
I don't think Palestine's reason for wanting to stay are complicated, but some of what Hamas did makes it harder to totally root for them. So you cannot separate what extremists do compared to what the civilian population wants.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? And again, this isn't me attacking you. I'm just asking. I think Hamas's actions make people's feelings about Palestine, effectively the whole conflict, more complicated. But again, part of me understands that, but let me put it into context in a way that you can understand. So, before I do that, Jimmy, is there something that you want to say really quick? Because I will remember my point. So feel free.
I think you're pretty much about to say what I was going to say, is try to put it in an example in a way that he can understand. Just try to mention like the PLF and Hamas and money is power, and supporting of Hamas by the Israeli government to get the Hamas in leadership and cancel out the PLF
The PLO.
or
Yeah.
PLO. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that.
No. So here's the thing. If you wanted to subjugate the people of Palestine to pay for the price of what extremists that were put into power, by the way, by George Bush and Bibi Netanyahu themselves and Mossad.
Okay, yeah. Can I say that really quick?
Yeah, go
That
ahead.
part? Okay. So if you guys think about it, all right, you've got two people running for office in your local government. Usually with the two, it's the one who like puts in the most money is the one that usually wins, because they got the money for the ads, they have the money for the travel and the meet and greets and everything like that. All right, the same kind of thing happened in 2008 with the elections in Gaza, with the PLO and Hamas. And what happened is Bibi Netanyahu and the Israeli government ended up just throwing a buttload of money and support to Hamas to get them to be the winners of that election. So they had name recognition. You got to think, like most people vote off of name recognition and how much they see it most often. So that's what the people of Palestine did, or yeah, Palestine and Gaza did, is vote for the name recognition in Hamas, and they were boasted up through the Israeli government. So you have to think like there was definitely like some corruption with Hamas becoming the leaders of that country through a sort of like a coup with the Israeli government. So I wanted to point that out. Like Hamas didn't become their leader and they didn't vote for him because that's who they, really believed in and stuff. They got propped up by the Israeli government to win, just like what happens in US elections.
Well, and the major problem too was that a lot of people felt that the PLO was compromised, and they were just kind of ass-kissing the West because of all the compromises that were being made, and they were still getting massacred and kept in an open-air prison.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So go ahead
There
with
is a
your thing. I
whole
just wanted to say that point.
No, so if you wanted to subjugate an entire movement based on the representation and actions of radicals, that would be the same as someone basically not knowing you, somebody from outside the country, or maybe even inside the country, judging you and thinking of you as a Christian nationalist.
Yeah.
Because the majority of representation that gets made in this country is Christian nationalist.
Yep. And we're
And
all
its
Trump
ideology.
supporters.
Right, exactly. Like, Trump's America, right?
Yeah.
So do you think it would be fair to be pinned against? And here's another way to break it down. And this is something that I've seen a lot of liberals do online, and it's really disgusting and nasty. But one thing a lot of people will do is they will have this thing where, like, oh, Florida voted for Trump. Well, you know what? I hope the next hurricane wipes them out. I hope it wipes out all of Florida. But they don't think about the people who live in Florida who are actually decent people and don't vote for Trump. No, it's just punishment. It's collective punishment. It's capital punishment because you pissed me off.
Mhm.
But my thing is, it's not hard to root for either side because you see one side was living there in harmony with no conflict whatsoever amongst Israeli or people who were Jewish, rather. Palestine existed before Israel. Palestinians lived amongst Jewish people for a long time. There were plenty of kibbutz that were placed throughout the region, and there were people who lived there, and they lived there fucking peacefully. Things didn't get violent until 1948 when you saw the Zionists get basically handed Israel, a land without people and people without a land. And that's where it all started. So ultimately, because of my moral principles, and I'm not saying that you have to abide by my moral principles, but just by my moral principles, the people who had a right to exist and a right to be there, who were only trying to defend their lives and defend their home, have more of a right than the people who came in and said, no, this is my shit now, and if you don't agree, we'll kill you. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm. I see Kensai says the only tangible thing I know is that the UN divided the land. Palestinians said no because they thought they were being less favored and got pissed. So they started sieges against the Israel occupied state, and then Israel retaliated, and from there it's just been a mess. But what, like the part that you're missing out is why did the UN divide the land, and what was going on that land before the UN decided that this random ass land gets to be divided and Israel's get to live there. And then the second part, where you said Palestinians said no, so they started sieges against the Israel occupied state. Like the middle word you used right there, occupied. That's occupying something. So when you occupy something, do you occupy something that isn't already owned, like or is owned, like when you occupy something, it's something that's already been owned or something already is there. When nothing is there, you could just claim it. So in that wording alone, occupying is showing that there was already a people there with land. So the UN, that's where you got to like kind of not just where you have your information where there's a wall, you kind of got to start asking the other questions that go along with it, like why, when, why, where, how, all of that too.
Well, and the key thing is there with your statement, Kensai, and again, this isn't me attacking you. This is just
Yeah.
me coming at the position you're making.
No, please.
But if you are operating from this idea that it's like you're equating the defense of your home versus the occupation of someone else, those aren't equal. Those aren't the same. That's like saying if somebody were to come to your neighborhood and start taking over houses and you wanted to fight back, you said, I'm not just going to hand over my fucking house that I've worked hard for. I'm going to defend it. My father built this home, or my grandfather built this home, or great grandfather built this home. I'm fucking defending it. And you do, or you try to. And then the police come, i.e. the UN, the United States, UK, and they say, what's going on here? And you have one side that says, oh, I came here to take everybody's homes and relocate people. You know, the thing that Jewish people just went through in Nazi Germany. We're just relocating them and we're taking their land. And the other side is saying, even though we had lived amongst people who were different from us throughout history, and even though the Ottoman Empire itself entirely was more open and accepting of Jewish people compared to Western powers throughout history, it's all of a sudden, you know, a bad thing. I don't know. Again, I don't want to feel like I'm coming across like I'm attacking anybody.
You're good.
A range of new historians that have gone into the sources of the origins of the State of Israel. Among them, you mentioned Avi Schlein, but there are many, many others that have exposed the evidence of what really went on the ground. And I must, from the very beginning, say that the main difference between what they say and my vision of things is not the facts. The facts, they are absolutely correct in mentioning the facts and putting the record straight. My view is that but for Jesus Christ, everybody was born in sin, including nations. And the moral perspective of it is there, but at the same time, it does not undermine, in my view, in my very modest view, the justification for the creation of a Jewish state, however tough the conditions and however immoral the consequences were for the Palestinians.
I did want you to step back, Shlomo Ben-Ami, and give us an overview of the whole peace process, of which you were a part.
God, 17 years ago, dude, you can tell how far we've come in video quality.
1993.
Oh,
Can you talk about what that
Everybody
entailed,
looks like Trumpy
when
and
it
orange.
Well, the Oslo peace process was an agreement. It started as an
Okay, so he's talking about the Oslo peace process, and I just want to pause it before that starts. So Tyler, I see that you had typed, regardless of how I feel, I will make no impact on the situation. So,
Feel that.
sorry about that. Excuse me. I totally get where you're coming from, because ultimately there are plenty of times where just even I myself feel hopeless about not just that situation, but a lot of situations in general. And I think there's two things that are going on with the idea or just the mindset of, you know, I have to make the impact. I have to be able to change and see instantaneous change happen. It has to be, you know, within moments. And if it's not, then I'm a failure and I haven't done anything. A lot of that I feel, at least, is done so from very smart propaganda that is built to make the American feel as if they're the hero, that they have to be the ones who solve everything. And I understand that when you don't operate from the same political ideology of me, that's how I may come across in certain moments. I myself do not see, you know, myself as like a knight in shining armor or some superhero with a cape. I'm just a fucking dude who's stupid as shit trying to figure this out and understanding that through small individual action, there can be collective action that ultimately does make a difference, not even just necessarily in my own life, but globally, right? Becoming more aware of just the intricacies of infiltration when it comes to Israel in our government, right? You look at AIPAC, just made a post recently talking about, we got 195 candidates in who are pro-Israel because pro-Israel is the right policy. It's what people like. But you look at poll numbers and you see the majority of people say, no, there needs to be a ceasefire done in Gaza. They need it like yesterday. They need it a fucking year ago. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't want to continue rambling too much if there was something you wanted to add because it sounded like you did.
Nope. I'm listening.
Certain individual actions, but telling everyone political beliefs doesn't guarantee change. No, and it's not about telling people your political beliefs. It's about having discussions and understanding that there are ways that you can make a change, right? Like if you are aware politically of what's going on, you can vote for people that represent your interest and the interest of people in other nations is my whole point. And that's coming from somebody that for a while I had given up on the system of voting, but like local elections and shit, you do have a chance to actually implement change. Because those politicians are a lot closer to your touch. They can feel the impact of social pressure. A president doesn't. A president is completely fucking isolated from the public and doesn't understand what people want and what their aspirations are. But you have like a governor or a senator whose, kid has to go to the same schools in that state, who have parents that are there and, he has to pick up his kid or whatever. Like, they have to deal with public scrutiny. They have people that can come up at them at any given moment and give them shit. Over people I hope have my best interest in mind, and there's never a guarantee. No, there's not. And that's why the only thing you can do is just continue and maintain hope and try to learn from moments that you don't get the outcome that you were expecting. Me in particular, right? I think, and this is going to be a hot topic because a lot of people don't like Bernie Sanders right now. And I get some of the criticism of Bernie Sanders. I'm not going to disagree. In the last 4 years, he's kind of capitulated to the center. And it has been frustrating. But at least with Bernie, when he was running on his progressive policies, he actually had policy behind it that was like proof in the pudding, right? Like this motherfucker had checks to back up the shit that he was talking about. When he was talking about not just equality but equity, he had the fucking the receipts to show that he was there in moments when people were needed on the ground. And that's different from falling for a lot of the progressive rhetoric, i.e. Joe Biden's platform in 2020. I myself, I didn't vote for Joe Biden, but I myself saw what Joe Biden was doing and had gotten excited and was like, yo, fucking this dude's talking about like, expanding Medicaid if he can't get Medicare for all. This guy's talking about ensuring that we open amnesty for people who are trying to immigrate to America, opening the borders up a lot more, increasing DACA, all these things that are great, things that I support, that I love. And it's like, dude, that's fucking awesome. That makes me happy. But he got into office and he didn't do that shit. And the thing was, Joe Biden didn't have a history to back up the shit that he was saying. Because if you look at Joe Biden's policy, he was the 3-strike guy. He was the guy that talked about fucking urban predators. He was the guy that supported Jim Crow shit, right? Jim Crow Joe, as they called him. So ultimately, that fault was on me. I was fucking stupid, and that's the lesson that I had to learn. Don't get caught up in the messaging that they're giving you now. Make sure that the messaging that they're giving you now is reflected with their past. And that's not to say people don't change, because they do, but you have to see the effort there first. If they still are on that same bullshit where they're like, well, I'm a leftist, but, trans people shouldn't be playing in sports, or it's like, dude, okay, shut the fuck up. You're not a leftist. You're trying to talk about stupid shit that doesn't even fucking matter. You're a moron. Leave trans people alone. They're not going to hurt you. They're not here for you. You're ugly. You're stupid. You're broke. Give me $200. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just shut the fuck up.
Oh, wait. I've got it. Hold on.
You're ugly. You are disgusting. I'm going to kill you. Give me $200.
You're welcome.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you for the follow, Ken. I'm still gonna
It's
pick
not
your brain one of these fucking days.
It's not frustrating if you're more centrist, but again, my argument, Tyler, is that when you're a centrist, you're no different than the side that's bad because you're allowing it to happen because you're conflating and equating what one side does to the other, right? Like, to bring it back to what we had talked about on one of our previous episodes, there's this thing called horseshoe theory, and I'm sure that you're probably aware of it, and it's something that you might even ascribe to, okay? But the problem is that there is a huge difference in people who are far left compared to far right. And there also is an issue that people don't ever talk about, which is even on far left or far right, authoritarianism is a complete different thing and have been done on both sides of the political spectrum. So those are completely different things. Authoritarianism isn't synonymous with communism or with fascism. It's just authoritarianism. That's just what it is. It's not like, it doesn't need the other. Sorry if I'm going off the handle.
Agreement between two unequal partners. Arafat conceived Oslo as a way not necessarily to reach a settlement, but more importantly to him at that particular moment, in order to come back to the territories and control the politics of the Palestinian family. Don't forget that the Intifada, to which Oslo brought an end, started independently of the PLO leadership. And he saw how he was losing control of the destiny of the Palestinians. His only way to get back to the territories was through an agreement with Israel. So in Oslo, he made enormous concessions. In fact, when he was negotiating in Oslo with us, an official Palestinian delegation was negotiating with an official Israeli delegation in Washington. And the official Palestinian delegation was asking the right things from the viewpoint of the Palestinians: self-determination, right of return, end of occupation, all the necessary.
And what he brings up right there, the right to return, is what I brought up earlier. Because I can't remember if it was Kensai or maybe if it was you, Shakti. But somebody had brought up a question which was, can't the Palestinians leave? Which is no. Because if they do leave, they can't come back. They are not allowed back.
Right.
Because they're not even considered citizens.
Right.
Arguments, whereas Arafat in Oslo.
Also, I just want to make sure, because again, I did go on another tangent there. There isn't anything else you wanted to articulate.
No, I'm excited to get into the Accords right now. This is where I'm excited.
Reached an agreement that didn't even mention the right of self-determination for the Palestinians, doesn't even mention the need of the Israelis to put an end to settlements. If the Israelis, after Oslo, continued expansion of settlements, they were violating the spirit of Oslo, not the letter of Oslo. There's nothing in the Oslo agreement that says that Israelis cannot build settlements. So this was the cheap agreement that Arafat sold, precisely because he wanted to come back to the territories and control the politics of Palestine. Now, the thing is that a major problem with Oslo.
Okay, so just to recap, what he was saying is that with the Oslo Accords, it was an agreement that was made for Palestinians, that Palestinians didn't have any say on what was happening. So other countries were basically deciding the fate and deciding what was considered reasonable and lawful.
So you're saying that the Palestinian Authority were trying to like give these like the right to return, all of that, and then the UN and US said, no, we ain't gonna do it. Here's our own accord. You're gonna deal with
Here's
that.
our own accord.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Got it.
That's basically like the gist of it. So Shakti says, why aren't people who say they're leftists allowed to have views that maybe aren't necessarily as left? Because the certain things that they aren't agreeing with that are on the left chip away at like the base foundation of leftism entirely. Because if you're operating from leftism, it's about land rights for people, it's about health rights for people, it's about housing rights for people, civil liberties, civil rights, as well as socioeconomic and material conditions being improved. That's where like most of your arguments derive down to. And if you're trying to say that you're a leftist but you're against any of that, then you're not really a leftist. Like you may have certain leftist values, but you yourself are not a leftist because ultimately your morality doesn't align with those who are. That's the difference, and I hope that made sense.
Yeah, it was like what we were talking about yesterday is like you don't want to capitulate to that because that's not where you stand. So like it's like yeah the far left we're very much about all different types of rights, and it feels like the less left, the more center status quo you go, the more you're capitulating to what the right wing is wanting to give us. So sticking to that far fucking left, you want to you want to stay that way and not go centrist. It's kind of like that tug of war game in the that North Korean horror game show movie. What
Oh,
was it?
Squid Game.
Squid Games.
Yeah.
All right, so you got two people on either side. You're on one side, you're on the left, and there's this huge gap in the middle where you're all gonna fall to the death. The right's gonna fucking yank. They're gonna keep yanking and pulling to the right no matter what. Do you want to let go of your pull a little bit? Because right there, once you get to the status quo middle, y'all are just gonna fall to the death, and the right's gonna win, and they've got it all. So you just want to keep pulling to the right. You don't want to capitulate a little bit, just even a tad bit, because that's what could cause just this catastrophic downfall wheel of sad what we're seeing right now pretty much in America.
No, 100%.
Thank you, Shock.
Pure love. No, I saw Shock T put 100%, so I just thought 100% pure love in my mind. Sorry, I instantly think music with everything. Even if they aren't 100% pure leftists, oh well. I don't like labels anyway. Nothing
Right.
wrong with people just being individuals. No, and that's not the argument I'm making either. If anything, the argument I'm making is so long as they operate as a leftist, right, which is somebody who has those common core values, then they are an ally to me, and they are somebody that I see as a friend and an ally. But if they don't, then I do not see them as such. I see them as the opposition.
Yep.
And I use the word opposition specifically because there are some people who deny basic rights for different reasons opposed to the things that I oppose. So I try not to view people as enemy. But like people that are straight out like Nazis and stuff like that, I will gladly say like, yeah, those are the kind of people who are my enemy. Anyone who wants to deny the right to existence, just flat out period, for anybody who's different is an evil person.
Disgusting.
Although I don't have anything against centrists personally. Yeah. Well, and that's your prerogative, and again, it's not like me judging you. I'm just saying like my viewpoint of why I don't like centrism, because it's sitting on the fence of one of a conflict where one side has the power, not just militarily, but like through negotiation, right? Because when you do have a very strong military or violent response, you do have the power of negotiation, because you can be like, dude, we can take you out right now, so why don't you just come to these terms with us, so on and so forth. And on the other side, you just have people that are like, yo, we just want to be able to exist, we want to be able to have our land, we want to be able to defend ourselves. That's all we are asking. And that's the majority of the argument that has been made, and that he's talking about with the Oslo Accords, with the Camp David, and with the Abraham Accords, is that Palestinians weren't saying that they expected like American troops to come in and go gung ho and like help take over and fight the bad guys. They didn't want people to expand or anything. They just wanted the opportunities to actually just self govern and not be subjugated to, apartheid, not be subjugated to genocide. That's all they wanted. They just wanted opportunity. They weren't asking for, you know, direct overtaking policies or groups, and that wasn't done again until you saw George Bush and Bibi Netanyahu and the Mossad agency come together and just form Hamas and throw a quick election that was specifically asked by the PLO at the time, like not to be done. Like, we are not ready for an election. Please do not do it. George Bush said he wanted to do it anyways. They did it. They lost. Hamas got into power, all at the perfect time for Bibi Netanyahu as he was starting to get ready to take over Israel completely. Whether it just be from his position or throughout, their parliament, I believe they call it there as well. So that's
I agree, Shock. I don't call myself a extreme leftist or anything like that. A good word I could suggest for you to use is eclectic. What you do is you like to nitpick of different ideologies and policies that you like, and you make them your own. So just call yourself an eclectic person. But I agree with you. I don't have a problem personally with centrist people. Um, I don't I don't personally hate Kamala Harris. Like, she, when she goes home at night and puts her jammies on and lays in bed next to her, I don't give a fuck. Like, I have no hatred towards her whatsoever. But there's always the saying of, with great power comes great responsibilities. And if you're gonna still run, campaign on a genocide of a people who have been occupied for 75 years. Um, I'm still not going to hate you when you put on your jammies. I'm just going to dislike the misuse of power that you do have and the change that you could make that you're refusing to do because of the centrist values. But that doesn't, like I said earlier, 2 times already, it doesn't change my personal opinions on her when she's going out to dinner with her family or anything like that. No.
Yeah. No, and two, it's to add on to that, it's not even necessarily about making life black and white. It's just the admittance that there are such things as objective and subjective truths, and those things can operate and exist at the same time, and one doesn't necessarily negate the other. However, that when it does come down to basic fundamentals of humanitarianism, things like apartheid are black and white. Like, it really is that simple. Like, there are crimes against humanity that are being committed, and it's not just because like of leftism that you arrive at this. It's just like, it's basic fucking law. And again, and in an argument that a lot of people have, that I often have too, which seems like a contradiction, is that legality doesn't always equal morality.
Right.
And I get that.
Right. You are absolutely correct on that one.
But I think people often disagree what is and isn't objective and subjective. Yeah, and people can disagree all they want to, but a lot of times, if you actually examine it and use the context, you can kind of differentiate like who's being genuine and who's just trying to stir shit.
Right.
Like, that's
Yeah.
the key.
And those are opinions that you have to form yourself by your own observations.
Because again, uh, for me, centrism is one that kind of revolves around the concept of like, oh well, like, I'm not a bad guy because I don't support this or that, because both sides are bad, right? And I'm not even saying that's necessarily what you're doing, Shock T, but that's just like an argument that's made by a lot of people who are centrist. Like, oh, it's the common sense approach, right? Like, I get it, but ultimately it comes down to centrists 9 times out of 10 always capitulate to those who exert power, and 9 times out of 10, when power is being exerted, is being done by right-wing authoritarianist type forces. And that's something that history shows time and time again.
Right.
History doesn't always repeat, but it rhymes.
I swear,
On top of
man,
it
our fucking
was
movies,
that
the hero wins, but real life, the
it
villains
solved
always win.
very
It's not
minor
fair.
issues such as Gaza and even people on the far
No,
Israeli
and
right
I'm not
who
saying that
to
you're
give
centrist,
away
and I mean,
Gaza.
like,
But it
I don't
left
like labels
open
either, but
the
fundamentally,
future
my core
was
principles
unknown.
fall under
The
leftism.
two
I don't like to call myself a
sides, the two
leftist. I don't like to call
parties
myself a
started
socialist,
to embark on a
because I think
process
that ultimately
when
that
they
shit
had
doesn't matter. It's like,
diametrically
okay,
opposed
are you just a
views
decent human being,
as
or
to
are you
the
an
final
asshole?
objective.
Right. I agree.
I think
100%.
I think it could
As
really
to
come down to
what
shit
will happen
that's
about
you know,
Jerusalem.
that simple.
It was only said that we will negotiate Jerusalem.
I'm just Tyler.
What
What's up,
about
Tyler? I'm a
refugees?
bitch.
Nothing clear was said. Just that we will negotiate the refugees. So the thing that the fact that the future was left so wide open was a standing invitation for the parties to dictate, to try and dictate the nature of the final agreement through unilateral acts. The Israelis by expanding settlements and the Palestinians by responding with terrorism. So this symmetry that was created in Oslo persists to this very day. So Oslo could not usher in a final agreement because of the different expectations that the parties had. It was an exercise in make-believe. The Palestinians didn't even mention self-determination, so a leader like Rabin could have thought that, okay, we will have an agreement that will create something which is a state minus. This was Rabin's expression. He never thought this will end in a full-fledged Palestinian state. There was a lot of ambiguity, constructive ambiguity, might Kissinger say, but I think it was destructive ambiguity. It helped, this destructive ambiguity helped in clinching the Oslo Agreement, but it was a minefield for those who went to Camp David and later on to Taba to try and solve all the pending issues.
Professor Norman Finkelstein.
Well, I'm going to try to
Before
focus
this
on
one
the
starts
key
getting kicked
points.
into, is there anything that you wanted to add off of that?
Nope. I just got all the information I needed. I hope you guys all remember and yeah, pay attention to what the Oslo Accords were wanting to be, what they ended up being, and what changed and didn't change in the outcome of it. And just saying Norman Finkelstein is a fucking legend when it comes to this shit.
Yeah, not so much trans stuff though.
No, just this shit.
There are issues about the refugees in Jerusalem, which for now I can't get into, but I would be happy to return to them later when we discuss what was the impasse at the impasse at Camp David and Taba. But I want to set the context, and I agree in part with the context that Dr. Ben-Ami set out, but not fully. The main context, in my opinion, is as follows. Since the mid-1970s, there's been an international consensus for resolving the Israel-Palestine conflict. Most of your listeners will be familiar with it. It's called the two-state settlement. And the two-state settlement is pretty straightforward, uncomplicated. Israel has to fully withdraw from the West Bank and Gaza and Jerusalem in accordance with the fundamental principle of international law, cited 3 times by Mr. Ben-Ami in his book, that it's inadmissible to acquire territory by war. The West Bank, Gaza, and Jerusalem having been acquired by war, it's inadmissible for Israel to keep them. They have to be returned. On the Palestinian side, and also the side of the neighboring Arab states, they have to recognize Israel's right to live in peace and security with its neighbors. That was the quid pro quo. Recognition of Israel, Palestinian right to self-determination in the West Bank and Gaza with its capital in Jerusalem. That's the international consensus. It's not complicated. It's also not controversial. You see it voted on every year in the United Nations. The vote's typically something like 160 nations on one side, the United States, Israel, and Nauru, Palau, Tuvalu, Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands on the other side. That's it. Now, the Israeli government was fully aware that this was the international consensus, but they were opposed, A, to a full withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza, and Jerusalem, of course, and 2, they were opposed to creating a Palestinian state in the occupied territories. Come 1981, as pressure builds on Israel to reach a diplomatic settlement in the Israel-Palestine conflict, they decide to invade Lebanon in order to crush the PLO because the PLO was on record supporting a two-state settlement. As Dr. Ben-Amid's colleague, Avner Yaniv, put it in a very excellent book, Dilemmas of Security, he said the main problem for Israel was, and now I'm quoting him, the PLO's peace offensive. They wanted a two.
So it's important, and this is, I'm really glad that I found this playlist, because that's important right there. The PLO ultimately was viewed as too soft and forgiving to Israel. Their lack of action to the people who were facing the bombs, the bullets, the aggressions, the withdrawal of resources, they, excuse me, Israel decided we are just going to implement whatever the fuck we want. You have to deal with it. Boo, boo, boo. Palestine said, listen, we're not even saying that, like, you have to stop the land aggression or the expansion of the settlements. We're not saying none of that shit. Like, just let us be, dude. Let us eat what we want. Like, if we want pasta, let us eat pasta. Because, yes, there was at a point where Israel wouldn't even let them eat pasta. No sweets, no candy, no nothing else. So, again, it's just, it's unfair to try to equate the two. It's just, it's not a real comparison at all. Like, and the reason I brought that up, I drifted off for a second. The PLO got replaced because, again, they were viewed as too weak, and the only people who were striking back at those responsible for the death of innocents was Hamas. So if you're a person who was affected by the IDF brutalizing and subjugating those people to apartheid, I'll just let Norman finish, but yeah, that's my point.
The state settlement, Israel did not, and so Israel decides to crush the PLO in Lebanon. It successfully did so. The PLO goes into exile. Come 1987, Palestinians in the occupied territories despair of any possibility of international intervention, and they enter into a revolt, the Palestinian Intifada, basically nonviolent civilian revolt by the Palestinians. And the revolt proves to be remarkably successful for maybe the first couple of years. Come 1990, Iraq invades Kuwait. The PLO supports ambiguously, but I think we fairly can say, and I agree with Dr. Ben-Amdi on this, they lend support to Iraq. The war ends, Iraq defeated, and all the Gulf states cut off all of their money to the PLO. The PLO is going down the tubes. Along comes Israel with a clever idea. Mr.
I deserve this
says,
for that for what?
Let's throw Arafat a life preserver.
Do not use our Lord and Savior's Tyler's name in
puts it
vain.
excellently, that the PLO will
Eat
be
my ass.
Israel's subcontractor and collaborator in the occupied territories.
You cursed, wait!
And now I'm quoting Dr.
I caught
Ben-Ami,
you.
in order
Start
to
over.
suppress the genuinely democratic tendencies of the Palestinians. Now, it's true, exactly as Dr. Ben-Ami said, that Israel had two options after the Iraq War. It could have negotiated with the real representatives of the Palestinians who wanted that full two-state settlement in accordance with the international consensus, or it can negotiate with Arafat in the hope that he's so desperate that he's going to serve as their collaborator and subcontractor in order to deny the Palestinians what they're entitled to under international law. The Israelis chose Arafat, not only because Arafat himself was desperate, they chose him because they thought he would deny them what they were entitled to. He would suppress all resistance to the occupation.
Professor Norman Finkelstein, author of
Bro, that
Beyond
scared the
Chutzpah,
fuck
more
out of
from
me.
his debate with former Israeli Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami.
Do you
after the
not
break.
see that I paid 6,000 of your dumbass points to not curse, and you just cursed twice in front of me?
It doesn't matter. Your points don't count.
Oh my. All right, I'm spending all of them on everything. I
No,
really like what he said, though.
please
This
don't.
is a really good he's a really good explanation on the processes of what happened politically during that time so far.
Well, and it just reinforces the idea that ultimately the Palestinian response to what's going on is kind of a forced one.
Yes.
Between Professor Norman Finkelstein and former Israeli Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami. Since the outbreak of the latest Palestinian Intifada in the fall of 2000, the subject of what happened during the final round of peace talks at Camp David in July 2000 and at Taba in January 2001 has been the subject of much debate. The Israeli government and its supporters have blamed the Palestinians for rejecting what they say was a generous offer that would have given them a viable state. The Palestinians say Israel never made an offer that even approaches meeting their minimal rights. Each side has used the other's alleged position to assign blame for the violence that's plunged the conflict into deeper chaos. We begin this part of the debate with Professor Norman Finkelstein talking about the peace talks at Camp David in July 2000.
My concern is let's look at the diplomatic record, the factual record. What were the offers being made on each side at the Camp David and in the Taba talks? And the standard interpretation, which is, you can call it the Dennis Ross interpretation, which I think unfortunately Dr. Ben-Ami echoes, is that Israel made huge concessions at Camp David and Camp David and Taba. Palestinians refused to make any concessions because of what Dr. Ben-Ami repeatedly calls Arafat's unyielding positions, and that Arafat missed a huge opportunity. Now, it is correct to say that if you frame everything in terms of what Israel wanted, it made huge concessions. However, if you frame things in terms of what Israel was legally entitled to under international law, then Israel made precisely and exactly 0 concessions. All the concessions were made by the Palestinians. Briefly, because we don't have time, there were 4 key issues at Camp David and at Taba. Number 1, settlements. Number 2, borders. Number 3, Jerusalem. Number 4, refugees. Let's start with settlements. Under international law, there is no dispute, no controversy. Under Article 49 of the 4th Geneva Convention, it's illegal for any occupying country to transfer its population to occupied territories. All of the settlements are illegal under international law. No dispute. The World Court in July 2004 ruled that all the settlements are illegal. The Palestinians were willing to concede 50% of the Israeli settlements in the West Bank. That was a monumental concession.
Wait, what's that? The only people that were willing to make concessions on a peace agreement that was being basically brokered by the national courts, the international courts, was supposedly the people who are just as bad, if not worse. That's crazy.
Right?
Going well beyond anything that was demanded of them under international
I mean,
law.
they had already given up so much of the
Demanded
land as
them
already
under
as it is.
international
Like,
law.
they were willing to give up 50% of it back as a concession.
Yeah.
Like that.
A concession which it defeats almost the purpose of them revolting anyways, right? Because they're conceding more of their land when they're just wanting their land.
Right. And
But
this
it
is
shows
in
you how
2004.
far exactly. But this is showing you how far and willing Palestinians have been throughout time while they're still getting subjugated to apartheid.
Right. Losing more and more land every year, and
Like,
absolutely.
think about this. Think about how pissed off your uncle is that he gets taxed from the state and from federal government, and how militant he is about it. Where it's like, God damn it, fucking taxation's theft. I swear to Bob, one of these days I'm gonna fucking He gets militant over that shit. Imagine being subject to apartheid.
And then
Imagine.
getting concessions and still losing more land and more apartheid. Your walls are closing in more and more and more. And then you protest and you go out there and hold signs, and then you finally get violent and they attack you for a year and kill off like a third of your fucking people. Oh, sorry. I went off there for a second.
Borders.
No, you're fine.
The
I've been
principle
doing
is
it too.
clear. I don't want to get into it now because I was very glad to see that Dr. Ben-Ami quoted it 3 times in his book. It's inadmissible to acquire territory by war. Under international law, Israel had to withdraw from all of the West Bank and all of Gaza. As the World Court put it in July 2004, those are, quote, occupied Palestinian territories. Now, however you want to argue over percentages, there is no question, and I know Dr. Ben-Ami won't dispute it, the Palestinians were willing to make concessions on the borders. What percentage? There's differences. But there's no question they were willing to make concessions. Jerusalem's an interesting case, because if you read Dr. Ben-Ami or the standard mainstream accounts in the United States, everyone talks about the huge concessions that Barak was willing to make on Jerusalem. But under international law, Israel has not one atom of sovereignty over any of Jerusalem. Read the World Court decision. The World Court decision said Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. Now, the Palestinians were willing, the exact lines I'm not going to get into now. They are complicated. But I'm sure Dr. Ben-Ami will not dispute they were willing to divide Jerusalem roughly in half, the Jewish side to Israel, the Arab side to the Palestinians. And number 4, refugees. On the question of refugees, it's not a dispute under international law. Remarkably, even fairly conservative human rights organizations like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, in 2000 during the Camp David talks, they issued statements on the question of the right of return. And they stated categorically, under international law, every Palestinian, roughly 5 to 6 million, has the right to return, not to some little parcels, 1% of Israel, which Israel is about, Israel would swap, return to their homes or the environs of their homes in Israel. That's the law. Now, Dr. Ben-Ami will surely agree that the Palestinians were not demanding and never demanded the full return of 6 million refugees. He gives a figure of 400,000 to 800,000. In fact, I'm not going to get into the numbers because it's very hard to pin it down. Other authors have given figures of the tens of thousands to 200,000 refugees returning. That's well short of 6 million. On every single issue, all the concessions came from the Palestinians. The problem is everyone, including Dr. Ben-Ami in his book, he begins with what Israel wants and how much of it wants it's willing to give up. But that's not the relevant framework. The only relevant framework is, under international law, what you're entitled to. And when you use that framework, it's a very, very different picture.
If you can bear to make this response brief.
So, Jimmy, is there anything that you wanted to add to that really quick, or even if you wanted to go on a rant?
Nope, ran away. You got it. Floor is yours.
So, I just want to go back for a second. I think the picture that's being painted here is one to remind people that yet again, this is an issue that falls into the category of actually being black and white. Like, there is an absolute truth, and there is, fiction. And how can you try to say which one's right and which one's wrong? Well, there's multiple ways you can do it. And he's pointed these out. You can look at it from a historical context. You can look at it from a geopolitical context. You can look at it from a land appropriation context. And each one of those ones, there's only one side that's right. There's only one side that hasn't been breaking international court of law over and over and over again. I mean, Israel's killed people who've been part of working with the World Health Organization, global kitchen workers, press, you name it. Hamas isn't doing that shit. I don't remember seeing mainstream media that is actually anti-Hamas covering Hamas specifically targeting members of the press. I don't remember seeing videos of Hamas specifically targeting refugee camps. I don't remember seeing pictures or videos of Hamas specifically targeting schools and universities and hospitals. But I have seen all of that being done by the Israeli side time and time and time again. And so my whole point for showing this and talking about this specific conflict, it's not to say that you have to agree to it and that makes you become a leftist and now you're a leftist. It's not. This situation in particular is not even necessarily like political, even though politics is very much heavily influenced on this. It's more so the fact that, like, it's just a humanitarian type situation, and it's just a question of humanity, and it's really that simple. Like, are you completely fine with innocent civilians being massacred, decapitated by American-made bombs and weapons? Or are you not? It's that simple. It's not a complicated process. Welcome to the cool kids. Diamond badge. Wait, what? Yeah, it means you're a VIP. Pop it up. Pop it up. Dude, there was no proof whatsoever that Hamas occupied hospitals. There's no proof that that Hamas, as a militant organization, had control over hospitals. Hamas is the government. Just like the United States. That's like saying soldiers who were brought to a hospital means that hospital is taken over
A
by
lot
United
of
States soldiers.
a lot of those tunnels that were we did find underground, some of the hospitals actually were dated from the mid 1900s, built actually by Israelis. So that ended up being the whole Hamas tunnels being got debunked with that whole thing.
Hmm. Um,
I
Hamas
believe.
still kills innocents. Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, who's killed more innocent people? Who's responsible for more death and destruction? And ultimately, who has more power to be able to negotiate for the stoppage of that to happen? And who has the power to have allies that are strong enough and can provide defense? Because there's only one side that has that. Let's see if there's a Hassan video.
Fuck.
see if we can find it.
Last week, they went to a children's hospital, the Rantisi hospital, after doing the same, surrounding it, besieging it, starving people inside, forcing them out at gunpoint. And then once they went inside, the spokesperson of the IDF, he went to the basement and he showed a piece of paper on the wall and he said, this shows the names of Hamas terrorists that
It was just a calendar, dude.
And he showed a baby nappy and a bottle of milk. And he said, that's proof. A bottle of milk in a children's hospital where thousands of people were taking refuge. But even with the list that he showed on the wall, it was basically a calendar with the names Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So if you believe Monday is a terrorist, a legitimate target, go ahead and kill Monday. You would have my utmost sympathy. Last week,
That man said you would have my utmost sympathy. Get that shit out of here, brother.
Right. But there was like a whole 24-hour period that the media was like, this is a list of all Hamas terrorists. Here's proof that there's underground tunnels, that there's something right here on the wall. It was crazy.
I'm going to be proven wrong. I might be wrong. Yeah, and there was reports that came out that said, yeah, there were, because the argument was that there were Hamas super fucking fortresses underneath hospitals, but that never happened. But you know what did happen? The majority of hospitals, I think there's only like 4 active hospitals or working hospitals in Gaza and the West Bank included.
Right.
I don't think it matters because bloodshed doesn't end bloodshed. So, how do you think political movements work? Because do you think that the civil rights movement was won through peaceful protest only and voting,
Or the American Revolution,
or the
literally,
American
creation of
Revolution,
America?
or the Civil War?
Bye, Ken.
Oh, you're taking off, Ken? I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out here, participating in chat, holding it down.
Yes.
Like I said, one of these days I'd love to sit down and talk to you about some of your viewpoints on politics in Spain.
Hell yeah. No, I don't think any of us like war.
Yeah, it's not about liking or preferring words. Understanding, though, that the only time that we've ever seen true effective change made and drastic change made is through a combination of peaceful, nonviolent protest and armed defense. The combination of the two. Those are the only times throughout history that we've ever seen.
Right. Because the Palestinians have tried to do it non-violently. I mean, there was a time where they protested right at the wall, and Israel soldiers were told to shoot the legs and the limbs, causing permanent damage to these people for the rest of their lives. You know, an injured Palestinian can't fight back, so that's why they aim to maim, you know. So it's like they've tried, but there's just, there's tactics that this intelligent Israel military does to make themselves look like the heroes
CNN
and the
report.
Palestinians bad, but doing things like that, like, oh, well, we didn't kill him, we just shot their legs. Yeah, but now you've got like a third of the entire Palestinian population that doesn't have, one limb somewhere. And so it's like they've done it the right way plenty of times. They've done it politically, they've done it activism. This was one of the times where last year they decided they've got violent, and everybody just thinks that this is where it starts and that they've always been like this.
Which is not the case. And
Right.
I'm glad that you put it that way, Jimmy. It's a beautiful way of putting it. I think the difference is we would be having a complete different conversation if the first reactionary response from Palestinians was to try to kill all Israelis. If that was like their ultimate goal, to kill all Israelis, and if that was their actual goal, if that was something that they actually said, something that they actually believed in, then we would be having a completely different conversation. If their reaction was just to use violence first initially to respond, instead of trying to go about it politically, then we would be having a complete different discussion. But those things didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like they tried to be peaceful. They tried negotiating. They tried operating under the rule of law, even though the other side who had more power wasn't even operating under those same laws.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't like picking a side here. The situation's never going to impact my life anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, it is, and it is impacting your life.
Mm-hmm.
It is your lack of resources, the lack of resources that you had in going to school, your material conditions and the conditions that our parents are going through, that we're going through, that our children are going to go through, are directly because of the money that's being allocated to Israel, because for whatever reason people love to talk about foreign interference in elections, but they never want to talk about AIPAC, who constantly brags about how they implement specific candidates to ensure that their policy gets through, that their contracts come through.
Yeah. I mean, just even like I get so like worried about talking about this kind of stuff, but like empathizing, all right, putting yourself in other people's shoes on both sides. Okay. And just in, just taking it just to October, what was it, 6th or 7th? I always get the days mixed
October
up.
7th.
Okay, so that day and just a scope of the area of what happened, which was let's say that rave, which was supposed to be like the Israel Coachella or whatever, and what happened to those people there. Okay. Empathizing with the ravers. All right, you're a raver, you're going to this Coachella thing. I would imagine if I was at a rave and I go out there and I see not too far away this gigantic wall of poor people on the other side of it. And I'm over here raving and having drugs and drinking and partying with all my cool hipster clothes on and shit. That would make me feel bad. Like, why would you want us to be right there next to it? Like, what is the statement that this rave is making? Why would we, like, what? If I'm going to enjoy my life and not think about what's happening over there, why would you put me right next to being able to see it? And then, which I don't think a lot of the Israeli supporters can even imagine thinking like that, which is really hard. And then put yourself on the other side, which is, a lot of us liberals have already done, which is the Palestinian Hamas fighters, seeing this rave going on while they're all suffering and having to deal with everything that they're dealing with. And then they see a bunch of all these hipsters with these lights and they're all dancing and there's this loud bass music that they hear. That's going to piss you off because it's like adding a needle to the haystack that's already been there. It's years and years of just accumulative downfalls and neglect and suffrage that just to see something like that, I as a regular human being would be like, yeah, no, fuck this, I'm done. So seeing that side, trying to get to see both sides, like I will empathize with what happened, also at the same time, like I empathize with like the ravers, but why didn't anyone see the atrocity that was put, like, who organized this fucking rave and why was it put fucking right there? Like how fucked up is that, you know?
Well, the best way to compare it is like you didn't see people throwing music festivals outside of fucking concentration camps, which is what,
Right.
Gaza and the West Bank are for Palestinians.
But that's what they did, and that's what I'm like, why would an Israeli person even want to go to something
So,
like that? It's the cognitive dissonance.
the other thing is too, on October 7th, it actually came out that Israel itself was responsible for a lot of the civilian death that took place, and it wasn't exactly Hezbollah, or not Hezbollah, I'm sorry, Hamas, that was responsible for civilian death. Ultimately, it was, I believe it was like 1,200, somewhere, some number around there, people who were killed. Out of the 1,200, 800 were IDF soldiers. And according to international law, that is...
They don't count.
Legal.
Yep.
They are soldiers. They are part of an occupying force. And Palestinians, under international law, have a legal right to defend themselves. So with that number, you have what, 400 people that were civilians that were either killed or taken hostage, etc. Because I think the number of taken hostage was like what, 150, 180, somewhere between that.
Mm-hmm.
And
compared to the even conservative Israeli numbers of what's going on in Gaza, which would be, I think they said around 13,000 were soldiers, and even conservative numbers are saying 30,000 people, 40,000 people have died. That's conservative.
No, that's 40,000 people. That's civilians, but that number's jumped up to like 80, 90 now. It's almost 100,000 civilians.
Right, but I think it was like 13,000 of them were soldiers or Hamas that they have killed so far. So that leaves how
the
many
other
more
problem
civilians?
with that distinction, no, the only problem is the other problem with that distinction. It's the same thing that during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, instead of saying, the Iraq soldier or the Afghanistan soldier, it was the enemy combatant. And it was a very vague and loose term, just like that is a very vague and loose term.
Right, and that's why I'm
And
saying from Israeli conservative numbers that from what they are giving, even that's
yeah,
bad
what they're
numbers.
admitting to.
Right, even that's a bad amount of civilians being killed. 80,000 with 12,000 soldiers, just based off of their numbers alone, that's still bad civilian casualties. A bad number. Compared to what? Their 100, 400, you said?
No.
Right.
And the thing is, if you truly hate war, if anything, that's more incentive to support the Palestinian perspective. And again, this isn't me telling you like what to do or what to think.
Right.
I'm just saying, operating off the principle of like you're anti-war and anti-intervention, then you would be on the Palestinian side, because the Palestinian side's been the only one that has come to the negotiation tables and been like, yeah, okay, I do agree to that. And those videos that we just watched were literal historians that have written thousands of books about it. Iterate is that there have been multiple accords that have been written by the United States, by the United Arab Emirates, by other countries that are in the Middle East, that basically pick and choose how they control Palestine, specifically Gaza and the West Bank.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, there are tragedies happening around the world, and it's not about, again, having to be a savior or anything. It's just about being a decent human being and using the privilege that you do have as an American to vote for a politician that doesn't support sending money to Israel. Like, that's the thing. This shit wouldn't be happening, and the reason why it's such a big deal and people get frustrated is because this is one of the few issues where if people actually did get together and say that they are, if people put their money where their mouth was, because I hear a lot of people say that they're anti-war, but when it comes to coming together against, AIPAC, which is pro-war, they constantly want more. Nobody's like, hey, we need to fucking stand up as people and say no to anybody who's endorsed by AIPAC. We need to go to the opposite of what AIPAC wants, because we've seen what AIPAC gives us, and that's constant war in the Middle East.
Right.
Constant.
Right.
So if you're anti-war, you have to be taking it from the perspective of the side that's being oppressed. That's like looking at World War II and being like, gee, I don't know, man. There's some Jewish resistance fighters that are fucking killing Nazis. So like that kind of takes away from the whole point, because like I don't like war, and that's stupid, and and it's dumb. It's like, okay, so what? You're just going to negate the deaths and executions of innocent people at a far greater number in comparison? Like that's and at that point, that's not a centrist perspective or looking at it from both sides. That's agreeing with the people doing the oppression, because you're more sympathetic to their side than you are the other, because you're judging them with a different set of standards, because what they've done is inarguably worse compared to the people that you've set that standard for, which is like, oh well, they've killed a few Nazis, so like they're fucking bad. You know, violence isn't the answer, war is bad.
Aw.
I don't think people give a shit about what I think. I think you underestimate that, because because of American propaganda, there are people globally that look to the reactions of the average American. And when they see average Americans being like, no, free Palestine, like they deserve peace, it's inspiring to them, because they feel like they're fucking seen and they feel like they're heard. And when somebody who's part of, the United States, which is a very, even though you can argue it's not, is a very large like police type presence globally, that does something. And you can try to debate that all you want to, but like there's documentaries, there's studies, there's all sorts of shit that back that. That's why it's important for politicians specifically that come out and say that. That's why you saw specifically Palestinian activists that were going to the DNC saying like, hey, just give me 5 minutes so I can give this message, so then that way we can feel seen and heard. We're not even asking for violence. We want a two-state solution. We want to live amongst Israelis. We want to live amongst Jewish people. Let us have this chance. And you know what the fucking Democratic Party said? Fuck you. Eat shit. And the Republican Party said it too. They said, fuck you, eat shit. It's not the American citizen's role, but
No,
it is when we're voting for people who are literally responsible for sending bombs and ammunition and things that directly affect them. You can try to say that you're free of it all you want to, just because you're not the person that's dropping the bomb specifically, but when you support a system that is responsible for that death, then you are just as much complicit or complacent. Either way, you are not guilty free. Like, you are part of that issue then. You can't just put your hands up in the air and be like, oh well, I didn't fly the fighter jet. I didn't drop that bomb. I didn't use that drone. I didn't drive that tank over people's houses.
Right.
And it's not even about that, because I'm anti like Americentric idealism. I hate that shit. It's not about our opinions being more special. It's just when people are looking for allies and looking for signs of hope, when they see an American that says that stuff, it's uplifting to them, because if an American is able to see that, then the global world kind of follows suit of what America does.
Yeah, it's showing solidarity to those people. I just shared recently in my Discord a video of a bunch of women in office from other countries like Norway and other countries saying that they stand with us women because Trump is about to be president. Like, I know it's virtue signaling, but to hear that there are women in other countries showing solidarity to us women here in America, with what's about to happen, it just feels good to know that there is people out there in the world that understand and still have our back, even if we know that nothing's going to come of it. It's just out there saying, I hear you, I care. And that's why, like, we're doing this show now, why people tweet, why I understand you feeling like you're just one person, you're not making a difference, but even just one tweet or a retweet showing a sign of solidarity somewhere could make a difference somewhere to someone out there at some point, because it does.
I think it's terrible what's happening, but I cannot do anything. That's a lie. That is a lie. There is something you can do. You can
Aw.
vote. You can vote for candidates that don't uphold genocide and apartheid type politics. That's what you can do. You can stand up for people who can't stand up for themselves, and it's not about being Americentric. It's not about being a hero. It's not about any of that shit. It's just about being a decent fucking human and standing on those principles, not just having them, but standing on them. And that's the difference. They need to look at their own communities rather than Americans. What do you mean? They need to look at who? Because if you're talking about Palestinians, they are looking at their own community, and you know what's happening to them? They're getting American bombs dropped on their fucking heads. Their daughters are getting their heads blown off. And their sons are getting blown up so bad that they fit their body parts in pillowcases.
Right. Like it's not silly to think of the fact that, some Palestinian out there has 1 hour of internet access for their phone, and the first thing they want to do is go on social media sites to see if anyone's paying attention to what's happening to them there. I don't think that's silly.
I don't want to worry about making a difference if it means getting in the way of worrying about my own life, but it's
Aw.
not getting in the way of your own life.
Right.
It's not. Because if you're voting for somebody who cares about the plight of people who are thousands of miles away, they obviously give a fuck about yours too. It's not just
Yeah.
that they care more about Palestinians or that I care more about Palestinians than I do Americans. The two things can coexist at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, if you just throw out a tweet today saying Free Palestine, that takes you 15 seconds. You can turn off comments or ignore them, and that you literally have done your one little change, and it could spark something, it couldn't, but you've done it, and at least you've done something, and that's more than the nihilistic, I'm one person, I can't make a change thing. Like that's one little thing, that's an accomplishment. That's something, and that's 15 seconds of your life.
Yeah. Cry about it. Just put it in the chat. Side note, but politically related. Supreme Court deemed the Illinois gun ban unconstitutional just now.
Oi.
So does that mean like rifles and shit like that are gonna be like fully automatic rifles are gonna be a thing again?
Not calling you a nihilist, Shock, promise.
Yeah. No. And again, I hope you understand that I'm not necessarily arguing against you so much. I'm just arguing against the point that you're making. Because I know Jimmy doesn't really know you. I know you. Like, I know you personally. So I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not saying that like you're a shitty person or that you support Israel, but people who take the point that you are, I'm trying to expose that rationale of thinking and show examples of people who do use that argument as a way to shield that they are in favor of the oppressor.
Nope. And I have no judgment on you whatsoever. I have hung out with unforgivable people, so I have no room to judge. I am a human being just like everyone else, and if anything, it's all about educating myself, learning things, and having a discussion and a conversation. I actually
Ordered from
appreciate you.
Gaza under IDF escort at all times.
I'm gonna put this video
As
of Hassan on.
condition for
I have
journalists
to use
join
the
this
bathroom.
embed, media
and,
El
outlets
Baño.
have to submit footage
take a
filmed
quick,
in Gaza to
puffy
the Israeli
puff.
military
Got it.
for review. CNN retained editorial control over the final report. And
Nothing but
here
love, Shock, I
is
promise.
Arn's report.
We go in under cover of darkness.
You are giving me
as
good
we
stuff
cross
to
the
talk
border
about,
fence.
though, boy.
It's lights out across the Gaza Strip. Escorted by a tank, we switch into an armored personnel carrier for the final stretch. Even through a night vision screen, you can see the magnitude of the destruction on the streets of Gaza City. We offload at the Al Shifa Hospital and pick our way along Ibn Sina Street, or what's left of it.
Watch your feet. Let's go.
Okay,
We
nothing
have to keep
fully
our lights
auto.
off most of the time or risk exposing our position. CNN reported from Gaza under Israel Defense Forces.
What do you mean? You're literally walking in front of a tank. Your position is as exposed as you can get. It's kind of wild.
Escort at all times, as a condition for journalists to join.
How can this be called a war? There's no Palestinian
Good.
APCs.
That's what I was
Brother,
here for.
the
I'm
quicker you
doing the
understand
heart
that the
symbol with my
Western
hands. I know you
powers
can't
don't
see me, but
consider,
heart,
the Western
definitely.
powers call
I
every
agree.
one of these incursions a war for a good reason. I mean, think about it this way. Afghanistan, fighting against an enemy that does not have air support. You have full-blown air superiority in their country. Iraq, a
The
similar
gun
situation.
or the shitty thing was
This is
Illinois'
how we
gun stores
operate
could still sell
all the
AR-15s.
time.
In this embed with the IDF,
Holy
media
crap.
outlets must submit footage filmed in
Okay,
Gaza
I'm sure
to the
nothing
Israeli
fully
military censors for
automatic.
review.
I
Now at
wonder
the hospital compound, we wait inside
how
a structure to make sure the area is
the
secure
percentage
before moving
of
the short distance to the
shootings is
exposed
going to
tunnel
increase.
shaft. And here is the entrance. You can see
Especially
what
in
looks like a
Illinois.
ladder accessing to it. And as I step over here, it's very difficult to see how far down it goes. But it looks like there's almost a central shaft for a staircase. And then the shaft of it disappears then down into the darkness. We move around the opening for a better look at the shaft itself. What's clear from here is this is meant to go deep underground. Which direction does the tunnel go?
We assume that the tunnel goes out and it has another corridor to this way.
Towards the hospital.
Towards the hospital.
Bro, it's so funny that they just straight up refuse. Straight up refuse to go into the tunnels for the most part. So they
I
just
know.
like, they keep saying, well, it's in the direction. I'm like, what do you mean assume? Put a goddamn robot down there. What is happening? I know they went in with a drone. Wasn't there a drone footage released already? There is like, there are tunnels. There are tunnel structures. This is correct. No, they didn't go in with a dog, I don't think. I think that's that was a fake. That was like training video.
Right, shootings were high. It's a stolen gun issue. Oh yeah, no, I fucking agree with that too.
With the way that Hamas is working, Hamas is going out.
Is people
somewhere,
buy
shoot
guns,
to their
sell
forces,
them,
going back
or
inside
report
to
them
a safe
stolen.
place.
We weren't allowed to enter the shaft, but the Israeli military sent special gear down to see where this
There's
leads.
more guns in the U.S. than
Inside,
people by a
the
few
video
hundred
shows
million.
a spiral
Yup.
staircase, and as the camera orients
Trust
itself,
me, I know.
it moves forward into a tunnel.
So this spiral staircase and this does have the workings of the Hamas tunnel structure.
Tunnel makes a sharp left turn, and at the end of another path with concrete walls.
Like this does look like the regular ass Hamas tunnels, for the record. What did Eric Toller say? Let's take a look. I haven't been paying too much attention to what the going on because I was doing fun work, fun stuff. Israel literally made these, right?
Your
No, they
mom
didn't
is
make
fun stuff.
fake tunnels, chat. What are you talking about? Don't be crazy now. I don't think they like built tunnels in a matter of like 2 days specifically so they can lie and say that there is like Eric Toller hasn't posted about anything in a while, actually. Hasn't posted about the tunnels at least. Where's Elint News when you need him, you know? Oh, here. He said IDF published these 2 videos of the Al-Shifa hospital showing what they claim are 2 hostages being dragged in the morning. One is clearly injured and being stretchered in. Another video on the descent from the shaft tunnel. The IDF just released video of a drone going into this hole and through a passageway at the bottom. The shaft that goes down 10 meters or so before you find a tunnel at the bottom with a heavy blast door at the end of the clip. A Gazan official at Al-Shifa told Al Jazeera that the IDF is drilling and blasting the basement of the hospital. 2 new photos on the IDF of that same hole on the northeastern edge of the Shifa hospital complex. I think they are confusing these with the tunnels Israel built under the hospital.
What is your view of whether your government, your military, has done a good enough job of proving their claim that there was a major command center and bunker under Al-Shifa?
It's already known for many years that they have in the bunkers that originally was built by Israeli constructors underneath Shifa were used as a command post of the Hamas and a kind of a junction of several tunnels, part of the system. I don't know to say to what extent it is a major. It's probably not the only kind of command post. Several others are under other hospitals or in other sensitive places, but it's for sure had been used by Hamas even during this conflict.
When you say it was built by Israeli engineers, did you misspeak?
No, decades ago we were running the place. So we held them. It was many decades ago, probably 4 decades ago, that we helped them to build these bunkers in order to enable more space for the operation of the hospital within the very limited size of this compound.
Okay, all right. Well, that's sort of thrown me a little bit. So
Why? Like, you're a journalist. I'm a an idiot, and I know that. Why don't you know that? You're Christina Amanpour. What do you mean? Like, you're a CNN journalist.
Exactly,
Why do you
shock.
not know this fact?
Absolutely.
Okay? Why?
It's
Why don't you know
definitely
that?
too easy.
There was a Tablet magazine article from 2014. That's so weird, dude.
Okay, so I'm glad that it got to that part because it's honestly, again, that's the myth about the bunkers under the hospitals.
Yeah, back in 1983, when Israel still ruled Gaza, they built a secure underground operating room and tunnel network beneath the Shifa hospital, which is one among several reasons why Israeli security sources are so sure that there is a main Hamas command bunker in or around large cement basement beneath the area of the building 2 of the hospital, which reportedly are obviously prohibited from entering. So Gaza or Hamas did not make these bunkers. This was actually made in 1983 by the Israeli government and army. So there's like pretty much proof debunked that Hamas was building tunnels under all these hospitals and schools and stuff, and that was the reason they used to use 2,000-pound bombs on schools, which is crazy, libraries.
Yeah, hospitals, schools, homes, refugee camps, safe centers.
Ugh.
It doesn't matter. It's getting
Right.
bombed.
Right.
Because, Hamas is operating there. And again, people have to understand that when they say Hamas, they use that word specifically because Hamas is both a militant and extremist militant group, and it's also their government. Just like with any government, there are multiple sects, and I say that word SECTS, that represent different ideology under one banner. Perfect example, the American Conservative Party. Is every conservative a Nazi? No, they're not. But there are Nazis in the conservative movement. Is every conservative a racist? No, they're not. But there are racists in the conservative movement. Just how there are extreme fundamentalists within the Hamas organization. And again, the stuff that we've been watching is explaining just exactly how people voted for an extremist group. And it's to show that Palestinians aren't inherently violent. They don't inherently hate Israelis. They don't inherently just hate Jews. They just want to be free. They want autonomy over their own body, over their land. That is all they're asking. Ultimately, that's all they're asking.
Mm-hmm.
Before we resume the video, did you want to get caught up on chat?
3D printing, ghost guns. Oh, yeah. So, whatever. Second Amendment is great. Second Amendment is for your guns. Goddamn, I'm stoned.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
No, you're fine. It's all right. We've been going for a while. You're holding up. It's cool. We're good.
Okay, good. The Second Amendment, I don't care. It's whatever to me. It's there. It's always been there. It's gonna probably always be there. That's fine. The thing I don't really like about the gun thing is the culture that America has on guns. I think the thing that would fix a lot of the gun problem that we have in this country, instead of penalizing and which I mean regulations are obviously necessary, but when it comes down to the bigger picture of everything, I think our biggest solution would to be at least as a starter, like give everybody free therapy. That would be really good to start. Like mental health would be and as like a free as a at a point of usage, healthcare, free healthcare, mental health care. I think that would be absolutely enormous and would fix a lot of majority of the social gun issues that we have today when it comes to gun ownership and how many we fucking have out there. Pipe dream. Free healthcare in America. Look, if we can pay for it in Israel, we can fucking pay for it here. All right.
Yeah. I love guns, but I'm also not dumb. I grew up with them, so I'm more qualified than the average person to feel knowledge check among other things is in order to buy a gun.
Me
Like to
too.
drive, you need to take a test, something like that too. No, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. At the end of the day, As somebody who is, casted as a leftist, I believe that people do have the right to arm themselves and to be able to defend themselves, 100%. That doesn't mean that I'm an accelerationist, where I want violence and drastic means to happen to accelerate to the point of which benefits me. I don't want that at all.
It would be really nice, Chuck. Absolutely. There are
But
racist liberals. I mean, absolutely, there are.
yeah,
I mean, if
yeah,
you even go,
100%.
you go out to like the like West Hollywood and the gay community, and you hang out with them long enough, you'll hear those, the queer boys talking about how much they hate the straight guys, and that you can definitely tell that there's like sexism and shit like that in those. It's there's pieces of that in all of it. You hang
Um,
out with a bunch of black people, you're gonna eventually hear them say fucking crackers or fucking white people. It's funny. It's fucking everywhere. Everybody's doing it in some way, shape, or form or another. That's why we all need to learn and at least recognize it. That's the hardest one is recognizing it. So yeah.
well, I mean, I'll disagree in the fact that I think ultimately, like, those are the outliers. I think,
Hmm.
excuse me,
Oh yeah, when a
uh,
gay boy's telling me stupid straight people or a black guy's like stupid white people, I'm like over here like slay queen. Get it? Yes, I agree. We suck.
well, I think it's just ultimately uh, self-defeating, because ultimately the goal is to build a coalition, and you can't do that if you're focused on uh, everyone's favorite term, identity politics.
Hmm.
Which again, identity politics is something used by people who are like, I hate identity politics, but I'm all about white identity politics. So that's one thing I hate about that. But back to what I was seeing in chat. If you live in America and you are a criminal and want a gun, you will find one. Okay, so two questions for that. Why would you be able to find a gun? Is it because there's an excess of guns? Because it's easy to get a gun? And two, why exactly is there incentive to be armed in the United States? Facts, especially now with 3D printing, there's already millions of ghost guns. Yeah, the ghost gun thing is definitely scary. Somebody's gonna get Shinzo Abe down on this bitch. Free healthcare in America, pipe dream. Yeah, no shit.
Hmm.
It's gonna be really hard for that, because the closest that we ever got to free healthcare was Obamacare, and just for it to pass, Republicans basically negotiated with the Democrats and were like, you got to let us get our hands on it and make changes. And the Democrats conceded, and the Republicans made a bunch of changes just to make it as ineffective as possible and to make as many hoops to jump through as possible. And they're like, okay, now we'll vote for it. Because they knew that after they got their hands on it, they made it so bad they could campaign on it and be like, hey, that thing that was supposed to be great? Well, it sucks. We told you so, and we're going to get rid of it.
Right. While you catch up on chat, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. It's my turn.
Yeah, no. Go do
All
your thing. You're
right. Cool.
fine. I agree. They have stoppers in place. If you've been to a mental institution, you probably get denied a Ford card. In Illinois, it's like most states requires a card for you to apply to guns, which I think is acceptable. Is $11, and they do a background check. Yeah, and I think that there needs to be an expansion on the background checks for sure. I think people who are habitual criminals, and what I mean by that is like if they do habitual violent crime, whether it be like uh, domestic assaults or the like, or if just violent crime, they should ultimately be denied the right to a gun. And it's not so much about like the laws being put in place and it's just some magical barrier that's going to keep criminals from getting guns. It just allows you to prosecute a criminal who uses a gun to commit a crime much more, and you're able to penalize them more to ensure that they are locked away for a good amount of time. And that's coming from somebody that doesn't even necessarily like the prison system. It's just, if that's a system that we have, then I'm trying to operate under the conditions that we have right now. because it is nice to get hopeful and stuff like that, but it's like, okay, it's all well and good, but like, what can we do now that's effective? And that's the difference. And that's why I say things like, yes, an individual can only do so much, but ultimately, if you are aware and you do make sure that you at least vote, that's not to say the person you vote for is going to win, but if you at least vote and try to advocate for, whatever it is that you're advocating for, even if it's not for Palestinian lives, if it's, for healthcare or whatever, you're at least doing that. And you're trying to ensure that that's the future that you have, not just for yourself, but for the people who come after you. And even if you're doing it just for yourself, that doesn't make you a shitty person either. That's fine. But I'm a bit with a more regulation for safety, of course. There are tools and very specific tools that I'd rather have or not, especially with 3 times we were in our practice, often respect the safety of it. I agree with you for the most part. I wouldn't say tools so much because, like, really, there's only one major purpose for a gun, and that's specifically, like, just to, kill whatever it is that you're aiming at, right? Like, whether it's in defense, whether it's for hunting. Its main purpose is just to kill, at least with knives, which is a comment or a retort that you often get from the right for pro gun legislation is, what about knives? It's like, well, there's multi functions for a knife, and it's kind of hard to regulate that just because of the multifunction purpose of a knife. But guns are for only one thing. That's completely different. Just like cars, right? Like, cars can kill people. And that's one of many reasons why you have, licenses and registration, just to ensure, in the event of something happening, that whoever's responsible can be found. And it's not that cars are specifically built for killing. They're built for travel. It's multi-purpose. So I hate when those arguments be conflated, and I'm not saying that that's the argument that you're making either. I was just using that as an example. Because there are guns on the black market, yes, but where do those guns that are on the black market come from? Do illegal guns just kind of become illegal instantaneously, or do they become illegal after they are purchased legally, stolen, serial number filed off, etc.?
Pretending she doesn't know the highlighted to the public? No, she's not. She literally said, I didn't think you were going to say that. I'm a little confused. Would you believe me if I showed you an Israeli article from years ago alleging they paid Hamas to guard the construction site, not satire? Yes, of course I believe it. Especially because if it's multiple decades prior, then at that point their relationship with Hamas, and even throughout the last multiple decades, the relationship within the Israeli government and Hamas was not like impossible to talk to them. I mean, there were ceasefire negotiations that took place time and time again. So yeah, I do believe that. I'm gonna pour myself another beer.
These were there for a long, long time, but you're claiming, or they're claiming, that they're used as a major command center. Anyway, the fact of the matter is that as yet, they have not shown conclusive proof of that. So may I ask you what you would...
Christian, wait a minute. It's not easy.
That's crazy, dude. She went, did you misspeak? Why? Why do I know this, but you don't? I'm a fucking idiot. Also...
Third world countries illegally manufacture them, but the majority of illegal guns that are used in the United States come from the United States. And if anything, like pointing out the fact that other countries illegally manufacture them, that's, if anything, that highlights the need for more regulation than anything, than deregulating. Or at least in my perspective, Tool's a loose word for a gun, absolutely. I was speaking of like food or defense, for sure. I definitely radical in thinking these days. I want to be prepared for whatever is coming, if anything is coming, so to speak. But I do agree with you so far as the needs for there to be more hoops. It's really easy in a lot of states. In North Carolina, when I visited, they had a prescription drugstore that also sold guns. Yeah, and it's even worse in South Carolina. You can just do whatever. It doesn't even matter, dude. You can just get Betamax, fucking have, I forget the exact amount, but there's like an excessive amount of thermite compared to like federal regulations. It's just, um, yeah, you can basically have an arsenal down in South Carolina. Regardless if that is true or not, prohibition of anything doesn't work. But it's not prohibition. It's not the complete removal of guns. It's the regulation of it. Regulations improve conditions for everybody all around. And we've seen a huge cut in regulations basically since Jimmy Carter's administration. When Jimmy Carter was in, well, Nixon, honestly, Nixon was basically one of the first of many conservatives who started this trend of austerity politics. Well, I mean, austerity politics has always kind of been America's thing, but at a more accelerated rate and a lot more open. $100 drums, dude. I that's what I'm saying, dude. Like straight up Betamax. And when I moved down here, the people who were helping us move stuff into storage and shit, and move it out of storage to the house, they were really cool guys. One of them was from New York, the other one's from Florida, or two of them were from New York, and one was from Florida. And then there was one that was from Alabama. And one of them had like a fucking AK with a Betamax on it and pistol and shit. And he was just showing me, and it was just like, "Yeah, dude, check it out, fucking da da da." And it was just wild, you know what I mean? Because coming from where I come from, like, you never hand anybody your gun, even your friend, because you never know, like, what the fuck's going on. But he was just, like, so nonchalant about it. And obviously, I know you probably had one on him and probably didn't give a shit, whatever. But it's just, like, it's still a very, very large culture shock. Unless we're in, it's not neat unless we're in Fallout 5. Exactly. Like, there's no need for a person. And here's the thing, I get the defense thing because, again, I am a firm believer that the only time that political movements have ever gained anything is through the combination of tactics, not just one over the other. So, I completely support people being able to defend themselves, but let's not kid ourselves, man. If the American government wanted to take over, dude, you could have all the AKs, you could have all the, scars with all the sights and crazy ass ammo. They got drones. They got control over infrastructure. They got tanks. They got bombs, bunker busters.
And you don't respawn.
And ultimately, we're not like, people always try to be like, yeah, but look, the Taliban fucking did. It's like, dude, we're not the Taliban.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't been in constant war in America. Like, Americans haven't had to deal with war constantly throughout their whole lives. We've gone to other countries and done wars, and the Civil War happened here and shit like that. But like, other than that, there's nothing here that can equate to what a lot of freedom fighters that were part of, like, the Mujahideen that ended up becoming, Al-Qaeda, Taliban.
Right. Yeah, you cannot tell me that I would ever could ever see my 20-year-old daughter fucking suiting up, arming up, and doing that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Nope.
No,
Nope.
it's just the first couple generations are just not prepared for that. Now, their children's children will be the start of like an actual, effectual movement, and that's kind of what we're seeing with Palestine.
Yeah.
It wasn't the second or the first or second generations that were able to be effective. It's been the third, fourth, and fifth generations because they've just had to deal with it. I mean, just imagine for a minute yourself, from the moment you're born all the way up until you're 18, your schools are getting bombed, your friends are getting kidnapped, your family members are getting kidnapped and beaten, your home was taken by somebody that's not even from Israel. They're from like some random ass fucking state in the United States, because that does happen. It's been documented. There's literally documentaries on it, and we'll have to watch one of these days. So they're just completely vulnerable. 100% a very uphill battle if it comes down to a revolution, but I bet some of those duck hunters give Jones a run for their money. Dude, fucking swamp people. Hey, listen here, skater.
So why are so many fucking dipshit
God.
drama baiters online?
Maybe we should make a movie like
more
that.
hyper focused on what I've said and not like this kind of stuff. If your job is like ethics and media reporting, why the fuck are you getting so mad at me? But I also have told you already what my position on the matter is. Like, you have to have an overwhelming amount of evidence for it to be justifiable to fucking blow up a goddamn hospital. And it's not specifically that there are some tunnels under the hospital. Even if it was a command center, as I said, underneath the hospital, I think it's ridiculous to try and fucking go into the hospital this way, in the way that they did. Regardless, however, it seems to me... Oh, this was what I was going to show. So here's the tunnel structure video geolocated at Shifa Hospital complex showing a large tunnel released by the IDF in Shin Bet. The tunnel portal descends 10 meters down, 7 meters covered by a staircase, and it enters an underground network that spans 55 meters to a metal door. That in and of itself is quite similar to the tunnel structures that they have had. I don't think that like the tunnel structure is fake, especially when you see this here. This kind of bricklaying, like shoddy brick laying shit that you do oftentimes is like similar to the way that other tunnels have existed inside of Gaza as well. Look, see? Here you go. This is another example. Troops of the Nahal Infantry Brigade and the 261st Infantry Brigade, or 261st Brigade, have raided a Hamas training base yesterday, locating a tunnel shaft and dozens of weapons. You see this? So usually it's like hastily made, basically. They're trying to, make it as best as they can. It doesn't look super solid. It's like rickety looking. I believe the tunnel structure they found is like in the hospital complex area. The hospital tunnels might be, they might be playing fast and loose with the tunnels that already exist under the hospital. Because ultimately, I don't know how you can like pour concrete into these tunnel structures, because, Israel has 24/7 surveillance. The concrete arches and the wall panels are also a staple of Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups' tunnel designs, as there are cables connecting the internal phone lines present in the tunnel at Al-Shifa. The Israelis dug up parts of the basement of the hospital decades ago. There's no evidence this was dug then. The tunnel type and narrow passageways would make very little sense for any other uses, while the tunnel design is a close match with other militant tunnels found in Gaza. Full video of the device being lowered from the surface at Al-Shifa Hospital down to the tunnel system below the complex. I like that they got the guns out too. What this has shown thus far is that this does not have the makings of a, what do you call it? It does not have the makings thus far of a Hamas base that they claimed it was. But it does certainly show, in my opinion, a real tunnel network underneath.
So, as we're watching this video, I kind of just thought about something, and I'm disappointed I didn't think about it beforehand. But let's say, for sake of argument, for shits and giggles, there was a Hamas base underneath the hospital. Does that mean it is okay to bomb that hospital as a means to try to get to the Hamas soldiers?
No.
Or a specific leadership? And that's a question I have for everybody. Like, do you think that that is justifiable? Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because again, I know you. It's just some of the positions that you're taking, like, that's the shit that people who use those lines speak. And I think that's why earlier, like, some of the first comments that and questions that you had made, it might have seemed like Jimmy's adrenaline was going, or even mine, because even mine was kind of going there in the first little bit. I think ultimately we both are trying to come at it from understanding and not necessarily change your mind, but open up your mind to new possibilities by not judging you, by not forcing you, but allowing you to just come to these conclusions with examples, not just theory, not just assumption. You're supposed to avoid civilians. Exactly. And the problem is there have been a lot of arguments saying that, like, well, no, Israel was bombing these schools, was bombing these hospitals because there were Hamas in there. And it's just, first of all, that is just a horrific argument. You don't risk the lives of innocent people at all. That is your number one priority. As a government, you are there to protect your people. No, I don't think innocent people should be killed just so we can get to Hamas. For sure. I don't like the argument. Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. I fucking hate that argument. But there's a lot of people who are trying to be like, oh well, they bombed the hospital, and
Human
they
shields.
felt or that there was a Hamas base there.
Yeah, Hamas is using them as human shields.
And the thing is, this isn't even a war. And I'm glad that you said that I don't like war, because this isn't even a war, it's a genocide. Hamas doesn't even have the capability to strike back in a way that's actually effective. Why do you think that Israel just continues to drop bombs on them? Because the only way that Hamas has capability to effectively strike back at Israel is ground forces. They don't have a navy, they don't have an air force, they don't even have an airport anymore. Because guess who bombed their airport? Israel. You know why they bombed their airport? Because according to Israel, Hamas owned it. So therefore it was a Hamas air base. Therefore it was acceptable to bomb it. No, I know you're not then. I'm not just saying this to talk to the air or to berate anybody. I'm saying all of this shit so then that way when somebody tries telling you some shit, even if, 9 times out of 10 you may not want to talk about it, but they force you into conversation, you can at least have talking points and at least be able to have rebuttals and not feel like you're out of the loop. Because the whole point of doing these episodes isn't to be like, oh, look at how much I know, or what I know is right and what you know is wrong. It's for people who have humanity at heart to be able to combat these talking points with their friends so we can start normalizing just, for lack of better terms, normal behavior. People who are just normal people who don't want to see death and destruction, who just want peace and prosperity for everyone, who think that, you know what, it doesn't matter what your ethnicity, it doesn't matter what your culture, it doesn't matter what your gender, it doesn't matter what your sexual preference is, none of that shit matters. The only thing that matters is whether or not you're a decent fucking human being, and that should be the only thing that fucking matters. And yes, it's a utopian thing, but it's not anything that's impossible to be made a goal towards.
Mm-hmm.
Hamas isn't a terrorist group.
Very limited.
Because if Hamas is a terrorist group, then the IDF is a terrorist group. America's a terrorist group.
I was just gonna say that.
These findings are consistent with tunnel structures that they've
and Hamas
that
isn't a terrorist group. It's the government
other parts
that
of
was
Gaza.
democratically voted for by the people at request of the United States and
one of them
Israel.
sending a cam down there, one on a dog and one on a drone.
And Hamas
This is the
leadership
drone
was
one, isn't it?
literally made and crafted by Bibi Netanyahu and Mossad.
This is a dog? How is this a dog? A dog doesn't work this way, man. Dogs don't fucking fly. What do you mean that's a dog? It's a drone.
Kayla, I swear to God, girl.
Oh, it's a joke. I thought you were like, dude.
Oh my Lord.
What's the dog doing? Bro, Israel is crazy with
Repeat
their tech.
myself
They
a
got
little bit.
flying dogs and shit. What the hell? How is this happening?
So wait, what depends? What depends on perspective? Kayla says you love me.
Oh, I know. She did this scream thing. I fucking peed myself a little bit.
I'm surprised you still have those up.
I know. I need to change them.
In the form of subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Wait, is this the clipping?
Not
And I hope everybody's been not only just enjoying this show, but enjoying the new content as well. Huge shout out to my co-host Jimmy for holding it down. Would not be able to do the show without them. So if you're not already, make sure to go give them a follow. You can see him at the top of your screen there. It says live and sharing chat with. You can just click on that, go check them out, drop a follow, say hello. Their chat is being shared with mine so they can see you.
I don't know why they
Yeah. I'm doing the most masculine curtsy you have ever seen right now.
I don't know why they did
What I'm saying, Tyler, is that if we're going to designate Hamas as a terrorist organization, then we can just say that about Israel. We can say that about America. So if that's the case, do Americans, do Palestinians, do Israelis not have basic human rights?
Derive actable intelligence out of these fucking guys.
Or because of
How the fuck do you not know
extremists that are under their banner,
shit out there?
they're subjugated to that?
Two. Yeah, I thought they were doing the most ethical forms of torture, like the most permissible forms of torture to get this information out.
What's going on,
Turns
BBG?
out that information ain't shit. Okay, shin bet more like shit bet. Exactly. I think that the tunnel structure does look to be within the hospital grounds. But they haven't been able to find tunnels thus far inside of the hospital, in the basement of the hospital, when we know there's a tunnel structure in the basement of the hospital that Israel literally built themselves. So I don't know what the fuck is taking them so long, especially when like they've worked with shitty, unreliable.
You're
info
injured.
and like half measures.
What
like
happened?
that.
Did it happen in
So it's not
basketball?
like they have demonstrated restraint in like putting out false news and fake news in general in the past. Now there's another part to the story because like the tunnel alone doesn't necessarily prove what you want to prove, right? So you need another secondary purpose for, or you need another reason, another proof, if you will, to say like Hamas is operating in this hospital. These fucking doctors are all Hamas. Technically, they're bad. They're bad guys. They're Hamas guys. Let me prove you.
And let me just say this. Based under let me answer your question. You would still call Hamas a terrorist group though, but the difference is though, the International Court of Law disagrees with you. And ultimately, it's not that your opinion is invalid, but they have knowledge and have studied this shit for a very, very long time. And they understand it a lot better than any of us that are talking right now would ever be able to. And under international law and basic rights, global human rights, Hamas is not a terrorist organization because what they do falls under defense, because they are occupied, by an apartheid regime. That is the difference. Because here's something that'll make you realize, or hopefully will bring an aha moment to anybody who's listening. At one point, Nelson Mandela was considered a terrorist.
Yeah.
For a long time, and he was jailed specifically because of that, because his political movement that was anti-apartheid in South Africa was both filled with people who peacefully protested and people who were armed and committed acts of violence.
27 years.
And they used those acts of violence specifically as a means to justify silencing the movement that was saying, hey, The majority of people that live here don't have control. The minority have control of the majority. That's not fucking right. We live here. We've been living here. We have rights. But they didn't. And they were poor and they were suffering and their communities were suffering. So they fought back. And because of that, Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. But the International Court studied and said apartheid is in violation of the International Court of Law. It is illegal and therefore allows for the defense of their land. So anything that they were doing in a violent manner was in means of resistance, and legally, in the eyes of the law, globally, they had every right to. So that's why I say no, Hamas is not a terrorist organization, because Hamas and Palestinians have a right to defend themselves and defend their land. That is a unequivocal right that belongs to everybody on earth.
Agreed.
Regardless of what you label them, they've done shitty things, but everybody's done shitty things. That doesn't take away from that doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. Like, it's about growth. If you have done shitty things in the past and continue to do shitty things, then yes, you are shitty. But if you've done shitty things in the past and are trying to correct those things and improve upon them, then you're good. Well, no, you got an elbow to the lower back. That sucks. I'm sorry. Many people don't care about the eyes of the law unless it's convenient for them or their argument. Yeah, but I'm using it in terms of people who do view the law as precedent, which is a lot of people, and you yourself have subscribed to that, right? The rule of law is very important to you. I'm not using it as an argument for me because I disagree with the law sometimes. I'm using this argument using your own perspective.
I mean, sometimes
And
the
I
law.
myself, just to quickly add, and you can go, because I myself am a subscriber to dialectical materialism, which falls under Marxism thought overwhelmingly, and that is to believe that two things can exist at the same time, but that doesn't negate from what the overall point of it is.
Yep.
And that's fine. Just because you don't approve of it doesn't mean anything. Like, and that's fine. Like, you don't have to approve of it. That's fine. That's, your opinion. But ultimately, and this isn't me trying to be an asshole, your opinion doesn't matter. The opinion that does matter when it comes to these cases is the ICC. And the ICC has said that Hamas has every right to do what they've been doing, including the acts that they committed on October 7th, because the majority of people that were targeted, the majority of people that were killed were soldiers. And that's the difference.
Wow. And how did they prove that? The IDF released camera footage of Hamas and other Palestinian militants bringing hostages.
Doesn't mean they're correct, but it doesn't mean that they're incorrect either.
Which, of course,
and that's the argument that you're
strange
trying to make,
at all,
while trying to
but I don't know,
simultaneously
maybe
say
it's
that you're
because
not
I
making a
understand that,
choice
like,
or
yes,
picking
there
a
were
side.
injured,
And actually, I'm
hostages that
sorry,
they
Jimmy, what
themselves-
were you going to say?
I was just gonna point in there too, like, but he's not even making the perspective of the rule of law as important. So, yeah, my point is null and void now. So you're good. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Fucked up on October 7th, that they wanted to get to medical treatment immediately, most likely because they value the lives of the hostages, not because they care about Israeli citizens, make no mistake, but because that's their bargaining chip. I think they're saying the hospital administration knew something. Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Of course, the hospital administration is going to treat the hostages. It's very, very stupid. We also knew this already. Hamas has said since October 8th that they had brought injured hostages to Gazan hospitals. What did Israel expect Hamas to do? Let the hostages die from their wounds? Yeah, no, I get that. And to the people saying, like, why did they bring them to El Shifa? Brother, there are multiple different Palestinian militant factions at play here.
And that's another great point, too. It's not just Hamas that's in play.
And they're operating all over the Gazan area. I'm sure they went to Rantisi, too. I'm sure they went to other fucking hospitals as well. These guys happened to go to Al Shifa, most likely because the tunnel structure that they ended up going down into was near Al Shifa.
And an arched concrete top, a metal door they say they have not yet opened because they fear it's booby-trapped. IDF spokesman Admiral Daniel Hagari says some of the Israel...
By the way, yeah, fun fact for those of you who don't know, even if it was Hamas militants that came to the fucking hospital and they were injured and the doctors actually offered the medical care, that is not illegal. As a matter of fact, that is very legal, and you cannot bomb the hospital for that reason.
Israeli hostages taken on October 7th were also brought through the hospital. He says the body of Noah Marziano was discovered 50 meters from the compound.
We have evidence that they were holding hostages in Rantisi, but also we have evidence that they were bringing them to Shifa Hospital.
I think it's pretty funny that they're like, Hamas very clearly has hospital, terror tunnels underneath the hospital. And then they're like, but also here, we found them bringing hostages into the hospital directly in broad daylight from the front door. Why aren't they using the tunnel then, dog? Like, I don't get it. What do you mean? Like, you caught them on the CCTV? So why weren't they just using the complex tunnel structure that they have to secretly bring in the hostages into the hospital? They are doing this on purpose to hide that they have a tunnel, a terror tunnel underneath the hospital.
Still looking for the places they might have held them.
This is not proof of a Hamas command center or headquarters underneath the hospital.
Whoa. Being kind of anti-Semitic there, bucko. Better dial it back and fucking say this is conclusive evidence that it is a Hamas terror tunnel / Hamas command center.
Israel continues trying to build its case that Hamas...
This motherfucker's also saying Hamas. He's not even saying Hamas. Yo! CNN! What are you doing?
Hamas. Dude, I love his sound so much, dude. He's such a fucking idiot.
I know.
Which Hamas and hospital officials have denied. The IDF's ability to continue its operation in Gaza and the credibility of Israel are at stake here as the number killed in the fighting surpasses 12,000, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health. The IDF says one of its missions is to destroy Hamas, but with international criticism mounting, Israel has to show the terror organization is using Gaza's civilians and infrastructure as cover to justify an ongoing war. Oren Lieberman, CNN, in Gaza.
I think the craziest part about this is that, like, all of this is being done so that Israel can at least have, like, some debatable evidence as to why they're attacking hospitals. Elant News says, there is good Al Mayadeen videos at the end of the thread that I just updated showing how the tunnels are constructed. The design seems quite similar. After reading into what the Israelis built in the 1980s, it seems they built a large basement walkways rather than a tunnel network like the one shown by IDF near the Burns department. I think if there's a tunnel network, it's not likely connected to the actual hospital, just built under it as a separate structure. That's what I feel like is as well. Because, like, if the tunnel system was directly connected to the hospital, then there wouldn't be fucking footage of, like, Hamas or some other Palestinian militants literally bringing hostages into the hospital to the front door to be like, we need a doctor. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, if they're just, like, you know, working through this, like, complex tunnel network, then why didn't they just, like, I don't understand. Why didn't they just drive their ambulance taxis? Why didn't they drive their ambulance taxis directly into the tunnel? Oh, Elant News is not subscribed.
Yo, why didn't they use Elon Musk's underground tunnels? You know what I mean?
Trying to link me his own tweet, not subscribed. The old Al Mayadeen video shows Palestinian military construction tunnels in Gaza. The video shows how the tunnels are dug out of the soil and at 042 and 136 shows the prefabricated concrete panels and arches. Ingenuity to the max, by the way, is crazy.
بنستعد للمعركة الجاية مع العدو حتى نصل بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى إلى مبتغانا تحرير المسجد الأقصى القدس الشريف.
الأنفاق سلاح أرق مضاجع الإسرائيليين إن في سلم أو حرب، دواع أمنية حالت دون معرفتنا ومقاومون عهد لفلسطين.
نصران الأبطال إن شاء الله سوف تكون لكم طريق النصر إن شاء الله تعالى. سوف تخرجون عبر هذه الأنفاق إن شاء الله تعالى. أيضا نقول للعدو الصهيوني.
Why did they show their hand and show the tunnels? Guys, absolutely zero people have said, or I have never said, that there's no tunnels under Gaza. I've said time and time again that there are tunnels under Gaza. There are specifically, as far as we know, 400 kilometers of tunnels under Gaza.
أن هذه الأنفاق التي لطالما شكلت رعبا في الحروب السابقة التي لطالما أوجعتكم في الحروب السابقة سوف تكون لكم الضربة.
Yeah, this is not Hamas. This is PIJ. I know. This is not even Hamas. These are the Islamic Jihad guys. I think it's pretty crazy that they're able to even build this shit.
الزمن عن الدوران ولا تكون الهدنة إلا استراحة محارب لإعادة رص الصفوف ويقينهم أن كل الطرق تؤدي إلى النصر.
Why does the PIJ allow it? A flex. Like literally a flex to be like, fuck you, Israel. The very first tunnels dug in Gaza were to smuggle food in from Egypt. KFC was also brought in, lol. Yeah, I saw that photo. Yoshevit lived.
That's fucking wild, dude. They were smuggling KFC in the tunnels.
These guys brought them to the hospital and they had doctors ready.
That's awesome.
Like I said, let me see the fucking video actually. But if they're literal militants with like their headbands on, and I can tell you like which faction they're from, but I suspect that they took off the headbands and shit, so I don't know. But I suspect that they did this because they're probably like one of the other, it could be like one of the other militants. You know what I mean? It's not all like Hamas or Islamic Jihad. This is pretty funny though. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's like, oh fuck.
Like, man, god damn it, I don't want to have to deal with this shit.
All right.
So that's
through
one
his
of the videos
hands.
that they published, and then here's the other one. The other clip has blood. Oh, I think they bring him in a stretcher, right? They have
Okay,
a little bit of
so
blood here.
I think we've seen enough to get the picture and understand that, the argument of any of these spots, whether it's a hospital, a school, whatever, the claims that there's these elaborate bases underneath is just fabricated and used as a means to justify executing civilians and tearing apart infrastructure to allow people to die and suffer.
Right. I mean, to bring it back to the beginning, I mean, they've had the Oslo Accords, the Abraham Accords. I mean, I know we're going to get into where and how they even eliminated the Hamas leader.
Yes. Well, not just Yahya Sinwar, but that's something that we can get in on another day for a deep dive. I'm bringing up the person that I have for the article that we can read is specifically about the lead negotiator for Hamas. This was somebody that had been responsible for the majority of negotiations that were taking place between Joe Biden's administration, Bibi Netanyahu, and Hamas leadership. Now, he was the one who had originally gotten, I think it was like the first 2 or 3 ceasefires that were temporary that allowed for the movement of different hostages that were freed. And you know what Israel ended up doing? In the heat of the moment when America was asking them to go to the table, negotiate for a permanent ceasefire, they fucking executed the lead negotiator in a different country that already has political tension with them.
Northern Tehran, right?
Yeah, in Iran. So Ismail Haniyeh, a top leader of Hamas, was assassinated on Wednesday by explosive device smuggled into the Tehran guest house where he was staying, according to several Middle Eastern officials, including 2 Iranians and an American official. The bomb had been hidden approximately 2 months ago in the guest house, according to 5 Middle Eastern officials. The guest house is run protected by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as part of a large compound known as the Nishat in an upscale neighborhood in northern Tehran. Mr. Henya was in Iran's capital for the presidential inauguration. The bomb was detonated remotely, 5 officials said. Once it was confirmed that he was inside his room at the guest house, the blast also killed a bodyguard. And what I find interesting most about this, besides the fact that he was somebody that was not part of the militant group of the Hamas organization, he was not part of any of the other armed Islamic groups of Palestine. He was part of the governmental branch. He was a negotiator, which again is a violation of international law.
Mm-hmm.
The explosion shook the building, shattered windows, and caused a partial collapse of the exterior wall, according to the 2 Iranian officials. Members of the Revolutionary Guards briefed on the incident. Such damage was also evident in a photograph of the building shared with the New York Times. I can't even speak. Who had led Hamas's political office in Qatar, stayed at a guest house several times while visiting Tehran, according to the officials. All the officials spoke of the condition anonymously to share sensitive details about the assassination. So, again, these are actions done by people who don't want to have peace. They don't even want a war. They want a genocide. Because
Right.
if you want to try to make the argument of like, man, I don't like war, so like, but both sides are doing shit. No, one side actually is, committing military acts that are illegal and define the Geneva Convention and international law.
Right.
And
That's like saying like Anthony Blinken going to Israel and Iran like bombs the hotel that Blinken is at and kills him. Like it would be like, how would we respond to that? And then how
yeah.
do you expect a Palestinian to respond to that? And how are they able to? And what are they actually doing?
So here's a video that's going to quickly, again, kind of go over the Oslo Accords, and then we're going to watch something about the Abraham Accords, and then kind of do our final wrap up of our somewhat scratch of the surface Israel-Palestinian conflict, which is wild because we've been on this for a while, but there's still so much to talk about. That's what's wild.
Right.
If you're even remotely familiar with Israel and Palestine, then you've probably seen this image. It was the handshake of the century. A handshake that symbolized the end, or at least the beginning of the end, of a decades-long conflict.
We bid them.
They've been fighting for years and lives have been lost on both sides. So what, we're supposed to be sympathetic to the Nazis because they lost people too? Is that the argument that you're making here? Because the Palestinians have defended their own home? Their cause is invalid? Because if you're going to be making like statements like that, then like you have to stand on it. And again, this isn't me attacking you. So you don't like either of them. So you're just complacent with things continuing on how they are, like the apartheid and the genocide is okay because one, it doesn't affect you directly. There's not much you can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm glad that you're saying all of this. I want you to feel like you can, because these are the exact talking points that I like to engage with. I want us to not help Israel. I want us to not give money to other countries. But you do realize, though, when you say things that, for example, they've been fighting for years and lives have been lost on both sides for years, that you're negating the the seesaw effect of what's happened to Palestinians compared to Israelis. That like when you say things, it shouldn't be our business. That's where I disagree. Isolationism is not the answer. It's not. Because history shows us if people sit back and do nothing about the extermination of a certain group of people based off their ethnicity or religion, terrible things happen.
Damn
I.e.
right,
World
it's
War
not the answer.
fucking II. Taco, please. You're not even supposed to be in here. But World War II is the example of what happens when you try to take a centrist or even a neoliberal argument to the idea of what's worse. The complete atrocities of a governmental power in a state that has more military power, more economic power, more freedom versus a place that's not even a state, that doesn't have sovereignty over itself. They're not even first class citizens in their own home. Like that's the shit that I'm talking about. Like it's not me saying that like you're too dense to get it, or you're too dumb to understand, or that you're a shitty person or anything like that. It's to say that like I get how you could say things like, it is fucked up that Hamas has killed innocent people or whatever the case is. But what I'm trying to show you is that message in itself, that they're just specifically killing innocent people, is false. Because I can even look up for you if you would want me to. I have no problem. Just tell me. I can look at the statistics over how many Palestinians have died since 1948 versus how many Israelis have died from Palestinians since 1948. And I guarantee you that one number is bigger than the other. And it's not negating that the killing of innocent civilians is a problem, because it is. It is. Because when you do have war, there are going to be times where unfortunately bad shit happens, and I hate it. I'm anti-war as well, but I'm also a fucking realist, and I understand that ultimately there are some things that you cannot negotiate with, and that it does come to might is right type politics. I mean, that's exactly what America was founded on.
Like, I understand you don't want our our government to give money to other countries and help Israel, but like my question would be is like how long would you want us to kind of like do what you're doing, where it's like the whole like throw up my hands, the nothing I can do about it, I don't care. Like how long are we supposed to do that while they continue to support and give money to other countries, like Israel? Like, do you want us to keep, like, should we still keep doing it after we die and tell our children that that's okay? And then that's just how it's always going to be. And it's just going to continue. Like, when do we stop just throwing up our hands and saying, well, I can't do anything about it, and figure out a way to do something about it? Like, when is a good time span?
And I'll wait for you to
No, it's
answer that
okay. Keep
first before
going.
asking him.
Yeah.
No. I can wait for him to answer.
Shalom. Salam. Peace.
But behind the photo op, a much
Well,
more
that
sinister
okay, so
picture
forever,
was
because
playing
it
out
has
on the
nothing to do
ground.
with us. As long as we're not
Nothing was
giving
evident.
money, I don't care about other countries' conflicts. We waste money helping them. We should be helping our own. You're right. But see, the thing is we are already and have been giving them money and are going to continue to give them money. Uh, how much longer do you want? Because I don't want them to do it either, but they are. Like the reality of this situation and reality of this world is we are right now as it is. And so like how long do you want this to continue until we get it to stop? Because throwing up our hands isn't going to stop us giving all of them money that should be benefiting us here. So like, when do we stop it? Because they are doing it, you know? Like, but right, but this is like we're playing the shouldn't or couldn't or wouldn't game. Like we are giving them money. Let's cease. How are we going to
We're
do this? Cease giving them money.
we are giving Israel money, and I think Tyler, if I'm wrong, correct me. Your argument is you think that I'm making the statement that instead of supporting Israel, we should send American money and American troops for on Palestine's behalf. Is that what you think the point that I'm making? I just want to clarify because it just dawned on me that that's probably what you're thinking. Because I just want to clarify. About anything about Mary, because you just keep saying like it's none of our business, it's none of our business, it's none of our business. Because my whole point this whole time, and maybe it's just me not doing a good job of expressing it. It's not about sending money to Palestine. It's not about sending troops to Palestine. It's not about interfering on behalf of the Palestinians. It's not about getting involved in their government and trying to overthrow it and take over and install a puppet. It's not about any of that. All I want and all I expect is to be able to use my vote to vote for somebody who isn't going to fund, aid, and supply the means of committing genocide and apartheid. That is the whole issue. That is the whole thing. I don't want my fucking tax money to be going to bombs that blow children and women up. I want my tax money to go to my roads, to go to my schools, to go to my hospitals, to go to Social Security, you name it. That's what I want it to go to, because those are quote entitlements that are destined for us. And I say destined because our parents got them and their parents got them, so we should fucking get them too. Because that's the American philosophy, right? If they can get it, then I can fucking get it. So why not? Stop sending money to Israel.
I don't want to be part of the funding of genocide or war or terrorism. We can agree on that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and we can stop all three of those things if we just stop funding and arming and helping Israel. And that's my entire point. And I hope now that's kind of opened your mind to at least the position that you are in agreement with us.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that your thinking is the only solution is American interventionism when it's not. My whole point is allow them to fix it the way that they fucking want to, because we don't know any better. That's all I want. I want Palestinians to be able to figure it out for themselves. I don't want American interference at all, whatsoever, for Palestine or Israel.
Or any South American countries or African countries or Middle Eastern countries or any other
country. Just America. That's the only thing that America should be fucking interested in.
Right.
That's it.
Yep.
Because we do have problems. We do. And that's one thing, covering the election that we talked about. Democrats fail time and time and time and time again to address those issues. And that's why people go for Trump, because at least Trump talks about it and addresses those issues. Right. And people that follow along with Trump's ideals politically understand that, because populism is a strong thing.
It is. And we just need to be we just need to pick the right populism, though. That's the problem. And we're not.
I don't want us to interfere. Exactly. I don't either. And this whole concept, though, that there has to be a perfect victim for them to be a victim is just null and void. It's just dumb. It's stupid. There is no such thing as a perfect victim. Ultimately, if you are a state power, and the problem is Palestine isn't even a state power. They're not at all. They are occupied. They have no control over their destiny whatsoever.
Right.
And the whole point of the ceasefire now and all of the movements hasn't been to be like, we need to fucking, go fight for Palestine. It's, we need to allow Palestine to actually decide what their fate is and to be able to defend themselves and to be able to choose what fucking government that they want.
That's right.
Because everybody deserves that. I see what you're saying now. Cool. I'm glad that I made that point a little bit clearer.
Edward Said said it best when he described the Oslo Accords as a Palestinian Versailles. In other words, complete capitulation.
Created to solve the...
So the Treaty of Versailles is something that is basically responsible for World War II. After World War I, you had the Treaty of Versailles, which basically put Germany in debt, and it struck away all power. They were not... so like Palestine, for example, they're not allowed to have a military. They're not allowed to have an air force, and they're not allowed to have a navy. So that's why groups like Hamas or Islamic Jihad rise to power, because they don't have a military structure. They just have a governmental one. So they have extremists that operate under the name of the government as a means to be like, yeah, see, we're looking out for the people. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add.
Nope. Go for it.
But I just want to point out for a second, we've been fucking going for a while, and the fact that we're still on our game, high five. You're a fucking killer.
Five. That's right.
Let's go.
Me too.
Called Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Oslo Accords were meant to kick off a 5-year process that would end with peace in the region and an independent Palestinian state. But now, 30 years later, the reality on the ground bears little resemblance to what was promised.
I belong to a generation that has lived its entire life under this Oslo framework, which had, it's a facade of a framework that has brought us nothing but increased Israeli oppression and violence.
احنا كل يوم عندنا اقتحامات، كل يوم عندنا طائرات في الأجواء، كل يوم عندنا قتل، كل يوم عندنا جرح، كل يوم عندنا إطلاق نار، كل يوم عندنا اغتيالات، فبالتالي وين الدولة؟ طب وين النتائج الإيجابية لاتفاقية أوسلو؟
Many critics of the Accords say that the Oslo process was actually set up to fail. Do you agree with that characterization?
No. The agreements were set up in order to sell out the Palestinians.
Before that fateful day on the White House lawn in 1993, there was a lot happening.
So keep in mind, this is a second group of agreements that were supposed to be in favor of both Palestine and Israel.
Were in upheaval.
The second time.
It had been 2 decades since Israel occupied the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza, and Palestinians were fed up.
There was an intifada, with the first intifada, which really was a source of, let's say, self-confidence, optimism, even joy. Despite the pain and the suffering, people were confident. People knew that they were standing up to the occupation.
In the fall of 1991, the world convened in Madrid for a peace conference. Sponsored by the US and the Soviet Union, it was the first time Israel and the Palestinians were engaging in direct negotiations. The Palestine Liberation Organization, or PLO, which operated from exile in Tunisia, was barred from attending. And so a joint Jordanian-Palestinian delegation was tasked with representing the Palestinian people instead. Dr. Hanan Ashrawi was one of the advisors to the delegation.
By transferring the Palestinians to Jordan and saying, there, you have a country.
We went with a sense of mission, that we are representing a people who have dignity, who have rights, who have courage, who have defied this military occupation, and we are going to present ourselves to the world, and we are going to extract our rights. So we were confident, and there was a spirit of optimism, maybe naivete, if you will.
The Madrid conference set the stage for years of peace negotiations facilitated by Washington and Moscow. And despite its flaws, those involved in the Madrid conference seemed hopeful.
And when we came back, people believed that they could achieve liberation through a political process. But these were dashed afterwards completely.
While public negotiations were being held on the global stage, a different set of agreements were being negotiated behind closed doors. In 1993 in Oslo, Norway, two unlikely partners struck a deal. The PLO, a militant liberation organization, recognized the State of Israel. In exchange, Israel recognized the PLO as a, quote, representative of the Palestinian people. However, Israel didn't recognize the Palestinians' right to sovereignty or self-determination. Despite the built-in power imbalance, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and chairman of the PLO Yasser Arafat shook hands on September 13, 1993, as the first Oslo Accords were signed. And while many Palestinians celebrated the move, hoping it could bring about change, others weren't as optimistic.
So there was nothing about the stopping of settlements, there was nothing about Jerusalem, there was nothing about refugees, there was nothing about sovereignty. It was a complete sham.
So when I saw that agreement, I was extremely disappointed, but I was extremely concerned that the built-in flaws, the serious obstacles within the agreement itself, conceptually and in many ways, would backfire.
The Oslo Accords were a pair of agreements signed between 93 and 95 that laid the foundation for the Oslo process, a so-called peace process that was to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So what exactly did the Accords say, and why were they so controversial?
The Palestinians were told that the Oslo Accords would be a peace process and that over an interim period, Palestinians would be led to eventual statehood. And it was designed to be a phased process, so at each stage, Palestinians would be granted more and more sovereignty.
In a nutshell, the agreements laid out the plans for the following: an independent Palestinian state along the 67 borders, Israel's withdrawal from certain areas of the West Bank and Gaza, the division of the West Bank into various areas of joint Israeli and Palestinian control, the economic and security relationships between the two, and most notably, the establishment of the Palestinian National Authority, an interim body with limited autonomy that would rule over certain areas of the West Bank and Gaza until final status negotiations were held. But the Accords never actually agreed upon any of the major issues plaguing the Palestinian struggle: the borders of a future state, illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank, the return of Palestinian refugees to their homes, and the status of Jerusalem as a capital. To its critics, the Oslo Accords were intentionally vague and designed in a way that essentially set the Palestinians up for failure.
There was never any.
Gee, where have we heard this story before of very vague laws being used as a means to take advantage of people who are desperate? Never heard of that ever before.
Intention.
Ever in my life.
Accept any kind of sovereignty.
Has that happened?
Determination for the
No.
One
We're
of
the
key
good guys,
points of the
remember?
Accords
Captain America.
that would later
Woo.
prove to be disastrous for the Palestinians was the division of the West Bank into areas A, B, and C. The newly formed Palestinian Authority was given control over Area A, which made up only 18% of the West Bank. Just over 20% became Area B, an area of joint control, with the Palestinians controlling civil affairs like healthcare and education, and the Israelis controlling security. In both Areas A and B, Israeli authorities maintained full external security control and the right to conduct raids inside PA-controlled areas. The rest of the West Bank, which makes up more than 60% of the territory, was placed under full Israeli control as Area C. In other words, in the majority of what was to become the future Palestinian state, Israel still controlled everything. The big question is, why did the Palestinians agree to this?
So when the Palestinian leadership came to the Oslo Accords, they came as a leadership in exile. Many of them had no experience of Palestine or what Palestine looked like on the ground. They've been a leadership in exile for so long. And there's a common anecdote that, you know, the Israelis came to the Oslo Accords with maps, very detailed maps, while the Palestinian leadership came to the Oslo Accords with sandwiches. The Israelis had all the power on their side. They had all the people in their corner, whereas the Palestinians were coming from a very weak place. And when you come from a very weak place to negotiate for land, for statehood, I think it's inevitable that you're going to lose out.
In the years after the first Oslo Accords were signed, a lot was happening on the ground. The Palestinians were in the process of forming their new interim government, and hundreds of Palestinians previously in exile were returning home. But amidst the brief period of excitement for the Palestinians, the facts on the ground were changing rapidly. By 1999, when the 5-year interim period laid out by the Accords had ended, little had been accomplished in terms of final status negotiations. Israel hadn't followed through on its promises to fully withdraw from certain areas of the West Bank and Gaza. And despite promises to halt settlement construction, the settler population in the West Bank had increased by nearly 100%. And in 2000, the Second Intifada erupted. Israel's military forces reoccupied the West Bank, and the next few years were marred by mass killings, arrests, and the construction of a wall that separated communities and swallowed up even more Palestinian land. Whatever fragments had remained of a peace process vanished.
In reality, what we saw was that the West Bank was completely divided up into Bantustans. The Gaza Strip and the West Bank were completely separated from each other. The Palestinian leadership was turned into this service functioning body, and Palestinians were deprived of complete autonomy.
In the midst of the Second Intifada, America's attempts to revive a peace process proved to be futile. And yet, though the peace process was dead in the water, the framework laid out by the Oslo Accords remained in place, meaning that Palestinians were left with a government that was meant to be temporary, and a homeland that was more fragmented than ever before. And Israel, through military force, still had control over the borders, resources, and effectively the lives of millions of Palestinians. Lots of promises were made to the Palestinian people in the Oslo Accords. Have any of those promises been upheld over the past 30 years?
Well, the key promise of Oslo was Palestinian statehood, and we know that has obviously not been achieved. Instead, what we see is these little pockets of false Palestinian autonomy in the West Bank. The only people that have won from the Oslo Accords or who have actually gained are the Israelis, the Israeli regime, which now controls the West Bank in its entirety, has Gaza under siege, and basically has looted all of the Palestinian resources, and this was laid out in the Oslo Accords. So Oslo handed over, exactly what the Israeli regime wanted, which was more land and less Palestinians.
In the years following the signing of
Exactly, because ultimately, like I was saying earlier, people have tried to present this as something along the lines of being just historic grievances or being about religious differences or anything of the like. It's not that. It's literally just Zionists that are just doing land appropriation tactics. And they're just
Exactly.
using apartheid and committing genocide to do it.
Yep.
So that's literally.
of the Oslo Accords, Palestinians witnessed their spaces shrinking rapidly as Israel promoted vast settlement construction deep within the occupied West Bank and Jerusalem.
And mind you, that the West Bank, this is something that Israel agreed to along with Palestine, and it was part of the Accords, and they weren't supposed to enter West Bank.
Right. I mean, if you look at that right there, I mean, if they're gonna do like even like a two-state solution, whatever, the line, to the left of the line should be the Israel side, and in that little box should at least be Palestinians in the West Bank. So there should be no, if they want to keep it separate, why is there so many Israelis moving into the West Bank as well? It's like they're taking up the land that is already at minimal.
In the year 2000, the settler population in the West Bank stood just over 190,000.
Okay, 190,000 in the
Today,
year
that number
2000.
has more than doubled.
500,000 now.
Wow.
يعني أنا بتذكر على مستوى أرائيل مستوطنة أرائيل حاليا هي بتشكل من
And
أكبر
keep in mind that
مستوطنات في
almost
الضفة.
800,000 people in Israel have dual
مدينة قبل
citizenship.
أوسلو كانت عبارة عن
I wonder who those people are that are responsible for the settlement expansions.
بتلم كل كل المستوطنين فيها.
Is it actual people that are Israelis that were born in Israel, or is it just people looking to be able to make a quick buck?
Right.
I wonder.
The increase in settler population, along with an extreme right-wing Israeli government, has meant a significant increase in settler violence, with Palestinian civilians on the front lines.
Again, and the West Bank is something that's supposed to be protected for Palestinians as well. They're supposed to be granted citizenship inside the West Bank. They're supposed to have that, but what ends up happening is you have these guys who are most likely, this guy specifically kind of gives me American vibes. I'm pretty sure he's a dude that's from like Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and he wanted to go here because he understood that legally you have a right to just take homes from people who are Palestinian if you so feel like it in the settlements. And it's not only just so much suggested, you can go to Ben Gvir and he will give you a gun to do it.
Right.
And if that's not enough, you know what you can do? You can call the police to oversight the situation and make it to where if the Palestinian trying to defend their home from being taken acts out, not only do they get beaten and humiliated in front of their family, they get taken to jail. And then their home gets taken. And their family's homeless without their parent, without their husband, without their son, brother, mother, daughter, whatever have you. Just because they decided they wanted to live there. And they're not even from Israel.
The PA doesn't have security jurisdiction.
That's not to say that there aren't people from Israel that do this, because there definitely are. But a lot of people who have been perpetuating this shit lately are specifically people that immigrate over to Israel, like part of their birthright thing. I had dated a woman who was Jewish, and one of the key components is throughout their childhood, before they have their bat mitzvah or bar mitzvah, depending on, you know, man or woman, part of that is going to Israel, going to the Holy Land and having that experience and seeing it, you know.
Mm-hmm. This birthright,
so,
right?
Yeah, it is part of their birthright. And so like that's essentially what they see with a lot of the homes of people that, you know, have lived there forever. And that's why you've seen the large influx, because people go there and they see just how much you're able to get away with, and they're like, well, fuck it, dude. Do I spend all this money to be a homeowner in America, or do I just fucking go get armed and be supported by the government and take somebody else's shit?
Right.
Jurisdiction in more than 80% of the West Bank, most Palestinians are left to fend for themselves against violent settlers and Israeli soldiers.
بال 2023 توسع عمل المنظمات الصهيونية أو القطعان المستوطنين من اعتداء على القرى، من اعتداء مثل ما شفنا ببلدة حوارة، بلدة ترمس، هي يعني لسه هم بيشتغلوا لقدام أكثر، لسه بطلوا بدهم تلال، صاروا بدهم يهجروا بيوت. شوف الاستيطان لوين بيعمل.
Do you feel like you have safety and security, or like there's anyone to protect you?
سلطة أوسلو ضمن اتفاقيات أجت على هاي البلد. هي اصلا الاحتلال هو محجم دورها، فلذلك انا كيف بدي يحميني اللي هي حكومتي او دولتي بدها تحميني، وهي اصلا الاحتلال هو محجم صلاحياتها، كيف بده يحميني؟
When the Israeli occupation restricts its powers, what are we to do? If the people in those villages are anywhere, if the town doesn't protect itself, no one will protect them.
As the Oslo Accords were signed, a new generation of Palestinians were being born, a generation that would come to be known as the Oslo generation. They were a youth defined by false promises and loss of life, of land.
False promises from a government that caters in to far-right, authoritarian-esque governments.
Mm-hmm.
That sound familiar? And motherfuckers want to try to judge them for wanting to have armed revolution.
Right.
And that's not an attack at like you, Tyler. I'm talking about a lot of people that I unfortunately see on Twitter. A lot of liberals and Republicans.
And the freedom to choose their own future.
So we witness our own family and friends being killed and arrested on a daily basis. We get humiliated at military checkpoints whenever we're trying to leave or enter our cities or villages. And we witness our people being expelled from their land while more and more settlements are being built in their place.
And when you see around you checkpoints, violence, settlements, but then you hear Palestinian leaders and the international community still talking about a two-state solution, how does that feel to you? Do you feel like there's just this huge gap between, Palestinian citizens like yourself and then the leaders who are on the global stage?
Sure, as I said, it may be more convenient for them to stick to that framework, but it's very unrealistic and naive to still hang on to it, because Israel has systematically destroyed the two-state solution. And
Exactly.
to us as well, it feels insulting and disrespectful to keep talking about this when, in theory, when on the ground, it's
Exactly. You can't sit there and continue to ask the people who have continuously come to the negotiation table after getting bad faith after bad faith after bad faith and be like, hey, man, why aren't you wanting to negotiate with us? Like, come on, dude, play ball. But you know what the fucked up thing is? Even with that, even with post October 7th, what's happened to Palestine, Hamas still tried fucking negotiating for a ceasefire. Hamas was saying, you know what? We want to give you the hostages back. We want you to allow to have them back home. We just want a permanent ceasefire. And you know what Israel said? Fuck you. And also, we're going to assassinate you for even suggesting that. Get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want peace. We want your fucking land. And that's my whole thing. Like, there's and this isn't attacking my cousin, but more so attacking the point that he made that is echoed by a lot of people that I despise, not him, but people that I despise that use that argument. It's you can't sit there and negate the impact of what a colonial power has over a stateless people. I guess is the best way to wrap it up. I don't want to talk too much and trail because I'm stoned.
It's the complete opposite of what's happening.
In the 30 years since the first accords were signed, the Interim Palestinian Authority became permanent. Elections haven't been held in 17 years, and PA leaders in the West Bank, with the support of America and the West, have consolidated power in the hands of a few elites, while growing increasingly authoritarian, cracking down on any forms of dissent. Meanwhile, Hamas authorities in Gaza, who came to power following the 2006 elections, have done much of the same.
When you're in your 70s and 80s and you want to hold on without accepting any kind of oversight, any kind of accountability, without your people having a say in assessing whether they want to re-elect you or they want to change you.
No, and this is just kind of showing exactly like a highlight, right? For people who voted for Donald Trump and shit, it's not necessarily that they believe in Donald Trump. It's just that
collectively or individually,
when people are desperate, they will turn to anybody that not only acknowledges a problem, but says that they'll fucking take care of it.
In a national election, is that correct?
That's true.
How does that make you feel?
It's frustrating because we should be able to elect our own government in a democratic way.
Exactly. That's why I've been saying since the very fucking beginning, like we need to quit funding Israel. We need to quit supporting them because Israel wouldn't be doing what they're doing if they didn't have the United States support. It is really that simple. Israel knows that if they didn't have the backing of the largest, most, quote, lethal military, according to fucking Democrat great Kamala Harris, if they didn't have that, they wouldn't have shit. They would be too chicken shit to fucking do anything because they're little itty bitty in a very big region that is powerful. They wouldn't do shit.
Reflect our interests and manage the needs of the Palestinian people and represent us in a true way, but on the contrary, it's actually serving the interests of the few at the expense of the majority here in Palestine. And when we talk about Palestinian youth, they do form the majority of the Palestinian population. So for us young Palestinians, it is again very frustrating to see that this government is not really working in our interest, but oftentimes, unfortunately, against us.
Oh, whoa!
Oh.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought all Palestinians supported Hamas. I thought all Palestinians were Hamas. I thought that all Palestinians were terrorists.
I mean, that's what they say.
Today, the Palestinians who were born the year the Oslo Accords were signed turned 30. But their economic, social, and political prospects are bleak. Unemployment is close to 25%.
25%
In Gaza,
unemployment.
That number is closer to 50.
50% in
All the while,
Gaza.
Israel's grip on
50% in
Palestinian
Gaza.
life grows ever
50% unemployment. Dude, just imagine. Okay, so like people in America love to bitch and moan just about how like bleak their prospects are. And what unemployment's like anywhere between, like 8 and 12%, at a given time.
Yeah.
50%. So just think about like you're in your 30s and shit. 50% of your friends are broke, living under poverty.
The situation on the ground has grown desperate, causing many young Palestinians to take matters into their own hands. Armed
Desperation.
resistance groups made up of mostly young Palestinians are growing, and they're seeing massive popular support. But both the Israeli and Palestinian governments have deemed these armed militias as a threat to their power and control.
I wonder where the correlation
part
of
of its
50%
policy of
unemployment
security coordination with the
and
Israelis,
criminal
which was
activity,
outlined
black
in the
market
Oslo Accords, the PA
combined.
Yo, I wonder where they're getting these fully kitted out fucking ARs and shit. I wonder who could help arm that many people that.
wonder.
الجيش الإسرائيلي يعني فمش شاعرين بأمان نهائيا يعني بوجودهم يعني نهائيا وحتى قاعدين بيشتغلوا بالوقت الحالي ضدنا.
يعني أنت بتحكي الشباب في مخيم جنين مستهدفة من الجهة الإسرائيلية والجهة الفلسطينية.
صحيح. يعني إحنا مش شاعرين
Don't feel safe at all.
هو ضدنا الجيش الإسرائيلي ولا هي السلطة.
Is it? Hold on, let's go back for a second. I missed a second.
The PA, Palestinian Authority.
يعني إحنا مش شاعرين بأمان نهائيا.
Said yes, we don't feel safe at all. Is it the Israeli army against us or the PA?
الجيش الإسرائيلي ولا هي السلطة. يعني قاعدين حتى
Here trying to get us to turn ourselves in and hand over our weapons in exchange for a salary and give up this cause we are fighting for.
اللي إحنا قاعدين نقاتل عليها عشان نقاتل. فولا مرة
But we won't stop.
راح نوقف عن هاي الطريق يعني راح نضلنا
We'll keep fighting until victory, God willing.
النصر أم الشهادة يعني إن شاء الله.
But the PA's attempts to curb Palestinian
And here's the thing, right? Like, he said God willing. Just because of my disagreements with like religion in itself, it's not going to negate for like me being like, you know what, that dude deserves to have human rights. Like, oh shit, he mentioned God, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a stark
resistance against the status quo
non-believer
only seems
in
to be
Invisible Sky
backfiring.
Daddy, and I just
Public
said
opinion
inshallah
polls
right
from
after
this
he
year
did,
show
so
that 68%
I
of
understand.
Palestinians
Doesn't mean he
support
doesn't deserve
armed resistance
rights.
groups. And more than half of Palestinians
Exactly.
believe
I mean,
that continued existence
and
of
for example, even though like
Palestinian
it's not like an
serves
equation
Israel's
between
interests,
the two,
not the interests
but like for example, I think that people who are racist should have health care.
Right.
Crazy, right?
Right. Education too would be good.
Yep. Or hey, how about this? Housing.
Right.
So we have to reckon with that, and that is internal work that Palestinians have to focus on.
What does the future look like for Palestinians? I mean, can any future even be planned with the current systems and government in place?
For us to have a brighter future, we have to take a very good look at our leadership and reassess what we want that leadership to look like.
I like her
Do we
accent.
want it to be a leadership that capitulates, that collaborates with our oppressors, or do we want a leadership that
I wonder if
is
she went to Oxford.
revolutionary and centers our freedom
that
in their narrative.
UK
I think
Very posh.
it has to be
education.
the latter.
Yeah.
So there we go.
So that's
Now
one.
here,
That's the Oslo, right?
yeah, that was the Oslo Accords, and that was, effective in that was responsible for, 93 all the way up until the Bush era of politics.
Okay. So we're up to
And this
2004, right? Around there, 2004,
this
2008.
this is no. This is post 2006, so this is after the transfer of power from the PLO to Hamas.
Okay.
So this is the Abraham Accords. This is what Donald Trump pushed through, the thing that he championed, and said was, ultimately for the best.
Okay.
Surprise announcement from the Oval Office of a peace deal between Bahrain and Israel.
President Trump announced it just weeks after the United Arab Emirates took the same step. Some praise it for promoting peace, and others call it electioneering for Trump and Netanyahu.
Hello, I'm Meenakshi Ravi, sitting in for Richard Gisbert, and you're watching The Listening Post, working from home. Here are the media stories we're covering this week. The Abraham Accords. Behind all the talk about peace between Israel and the Gulf states, there is a lot of...
Okay, let's just get to it.
Bahrain will fully normalize its diplomatic relations with Israel. This is a truly historic day.
It was a signing ceremony
Peaceful
laden with
dove.
symbolism and spin. The three countries, Israel, the UAE, and Bahrain, committing to peace, have never been at war. Any sticking point in their relationship prior to this had been over Israel's occupation of Palestine. But there were no Palestinian representatives at this event.
This day
What?
is a pivot of history.
Whoa, something that affects Palestine and they weren't even invited? That's weird. I wonder why. Is it because they're not recognized as a state? And that's used as a means of justification to commit genocide and apartheid?
It heralds a new dawn of peace.
What was unfolding in Washington, D.C., in front of cameras from around the world, was a triumph of political strategizing and messaging. A normalization of regional relations that doesn't meaningfully address the schisms and injustices faced by people living in the region.
The way that the UAE deal was sold, they actually tried to sell it as being something good for the Palestinians. And so they did this whole show of this being about stopping the annexation of the West Bank and how they were actually supporting the Palestinian people.
دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة مع الشعب الفلسطيني داعم مستمر واعتقد الرسالة كانت واضحة يعني من بداية الإعلان عن المعاهدة.
Even now, with the ongoing trend of trying to shift the discourse around Palestine and around normalization, they know they still need to sell it as something that's good for the Palestinian people.
They're trying to confuse the question here from being one of occupation to being one of interfaith.
They are part of this land. They are part of our region. The Jewish people belong here.
This is the part which goes out on TV shows and sermons and stuff. They're trying to make the acceptance of Israel a matter of tolerance. Let's tolerate Jews, which of course we have no problem with. It's not our problem has never been with Jews as being Jews. Our problem is with the colonization of Palestine.
To most Israelis, the relationships they have or haven't got with Israel has not been a major political debate. But ever since Gulf officials started publishing op-eds and videos in the local media in Israel, the whole question of the relationship between Israel and the Gulf states surfaced. Many of the stories about the Gulf states over the past couple of months have focused on the hotels in the Gulf states and how Israeli tourism could enjoy the exciting attractions in the Gulf states. The Palestinian question was sidelined almost entirely.
For all the players in this field, the Arab countries, UAE and Bahrain, Israel and the United States, which has claimed the role of peace broker, the deals are a response to the pressures of realpolitik, an assortment of strategic and political concerns that have trumped what was once the Arab consensus
that normalization with Israel would be contingent on the creation of an independent Palestinian state.
I think what has happened with the UAE and Bahrain is that now normalization is front-loaded, and anything to do with the occupation comes afterwards. They have different sets of reasons. Bahrain is focused on one thing and one thing only: Iran. Bahrain regards Iran as an existential threat. With the UAE, there's Iran. In addition, there's the whole matter of the UAE seeking to become a tech hub. And who would they partner with in the region? There's only one country that is operating technology in the same similar way, and that's Israel.
Clearly, Israel has an interest in developing some kind of economic, financial relations with the Gulf states and perhaps collaborations fighting Iran. But mostly Netanyahu had a clear interest in distracting the public opinion in Israel from his own upcoming corruption trial. And together with the COVID crisis, which is now skyrocketing in Israel, for him to bring a national achievement is very important. And clearly for Trump too, this is a good distraction from COVID and an important achievement before the elections.
The fanfare across much of the Arab media has been designed to cover all the bases.
I just want to say I'm glad that you put it up there as, you know, as this, it basically kind of like a slam dunk for people who look at it from a surface level perspective, right? Because something like the Abraham Accords is definitely one of many things that Trump campaigned on as part of his like peaceful dove tour, right? Mm-hmm. And it was something that he pointed to often as, you know, him bringing peace to the Middle East, and he was able to work with, you know, countries and that normally wouldn't work together, you know, because they respected him. Right. When, as it was just broken down to us, it wasn't so much about them respecting Trump, it was just about them being able to basically take advantage of this situation where you have one colonial entity that just has complete control of all technology and dominance in the area that will be a great consumer for whatever technological advanced products that you're trying to pass off to them. Because who is the UAE supported by as well?
America. Absolutely.
And who had numerous members that were from the UAE on 9/11?
Who had the guys that drove the planes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
there are the newspapers, such as the UAE's Khaleej Times, which ran a cover page greeting Arab...
I love how you were trying to figure it out when I wasn't saying it as a question. I was just stating it as fact.
I was just so scared to even say it out loud.
Sermons on TV.
Yeah, because no, I heard you in the moment being like, wait a minute. He wasn't asking, he was saying. It's alright, you're stoned. I'm stoned.
The TV messaging extended beyond
Stoner's Guide to the Galaxy Strikes Again.
Dubai TV, Bahrain TV, and the
Yo, that needs to be our fucking intro image.
A simultaneous live broadcast to mark the signing of the deal.
Don't worry, I'm way ahead of you right now.
Online, however, is where the stakes in the messaging battle have been the highest, and Twitter is ground zero. When the UAE deal was announced, there were waves of effusive Emirati tweets. The notion that it was all sincere and spontaneous was shattered by another set of tweets from pro-government verified accounts asking that the UAE's security services monitor Twitter for messages critical of the deal and punish those people.
Keep in mind that a lot of the accounts that you see are basically, they're not voices. We should not call them voices because they don't have their own voice. These are nodes in a government-operated, government-funded disinformation network. The fact is that since 2011, Twitter went from being the parliament of the Arabs and the most important Arabic-speaking public sphere to being an engine and a tool of repression for these dictatorships.
I wonder what happened that caused that shift.
What year was this?
The Trump presidency. And like Trump presidency and post. So hold on, let's go back up.
Well, yeah, I mean, who bought Twitter during that time?
Online, however, is where the stakes in the messaging battle have been the highest, and Twitter is ground zero. When the UAE deal was announced, there were waves of effusive Emirati tweets. The notion that it was all sincere and spontaneous was shattered by another set of tweets from pro-government verified accounts asking that the UAE's security services monitor Twitter for messages critical of the deal and punish those people.
Keep in mind that a lot of the accounts that you see are basically, they're not voices. We should not call them voices because they don't have their own voice. These are nodes in a government-operated, government-funded disinformation network. The fact is that since 2011, Twitter went from being the parliament of the Arabs and the most important Arabic-speaking public sphere to being an engine and a tool of repression for these dictatorships.
2011.
They create a kind of an alternative reality there because you don't know what the Saudi people actually think. You don't know what the Emirati people actually think because they are unable to speak.
On the other hand, in Bahrain, it was quite the opposite. Twitter became the platform for people to come out and say, we actually stand against this. This does not represent the Bahraini people. In Bahrain, you have more of a history of people protesting, especially when it comes to Palestine. And that's why there's also this difference between the reaction that we've been seeing in the United Arab Emirates versus the reaction that we have been seeing in Bahrain since the normalization.
So, just because we're not going to watch the full thing, I just wanted to at least dive into it enough to where you can understand what the Accords are, and what nations benefited from it and who didn't, and what the Accords involved.
Yeah.
So,
And hearing that it was in 2011 in Twitter when things started changing on that platform. I mean, what major social media platform when it starts to get a very large accumulative number of people on there starts to become slightly government controlled? I mean, every one of them, all of them, most of them. I mean, they're trying to ban TikTok because it's made in China and controlled in China. So
yeah.
this is what happens. We have controlled media.
And I don't think he had said 2011. I thought he said 2021.
Oh, okay. I thought he said 2011.
Maybe
Okay.
I don't know.
Either way. Either
Yeah, no,
way.
either way, censorship is definitely always an issue, especially when it comes to human rights. But I think one of the important things to take away from that and understand why I show that is because one of the other points that you always hear when it comes to what's happening is like, oh, well, why don't people from Palestine just go to Egypt? Why don't they just go to other nations that are in the Middle East? And it's essentially to show that like no one group is monolithic. Not all people share the same interests or same wants or needs or aspirations just because they come from the same ethnic background or same religious background or whatever have you. And the Camp David Accord specifically was one that was done between Israel and Egypt, like we had heard Norman speak about earlier, and it was basically Israel and Egypt's way of ensuring that they maintained control of the region. So when it comes to the plight of Palestinians, Egypt looks away until they can't, until they're forced. That's why for the longest time they weren't accepting Palestinian refugees, but when things got so fucking bad and so drastic, they're like, yeah, we want to be able to send stuff. Like we're not allowed to send stuff. Like we need global intervention. And then that's when you started finally seeing things get covered in, the international court and being brought up at the UN. But yeah, I think that wraps up a pretty fucking kick-ass show.
We did it.
Yes, we did the damn thing, and that's not bad for like not really knowing how today's show was gonna go until like I don't know, an hour before we hit the live button.
That's fucking right. Actually,
Yeah.
it was pretty good, organized. I'm proud. 5 hours. That's insane.
Yeah, and it really didn't feel like it was longer tormenting, at least for
Nope.
me, because
Nope.
I can do this shit.
Yeah.
All day.
Yep.
Giggity.
Same.
All right, is there anything that you wanted to wrap up or end on?
No, thank you for putting all this together again and doing this again. You are killing it, on fire. Your chat is amazing. I had a complete blast with the thick dialogue and conversation today. Thank you everybody for all of that. I think that's all for me. What about you?
Yeah. Just regurgitate what you said. I mean, the feedback in chat was phenomenal. I know some people can feel that it's derailing, but I think it's okay because ultimately we can always arrive back to the original points that we were making. Sometimes things just kind of go different ways. I really do appreciate the fact that we kept things respectful. I hope everybody felt that they could either just feel free to listen or that they could speak their mind, because ultimately that's what we want. We want people that feel free enough to speak their mind and just give their opinion. And it's not that we want to change your mind. It's just that not that many people get to hear opinions challenged, and I think that is something that is beneficial not just for the person that may be challenging the opinion, but the person whose opinion's being challenged. Because we can always think that we know, or think that we know about something or how we feel about something, but until that gets challenged, you're really not that aware. So I kind of welcome it in that regard.
Okay.
But yeah, so just to wrap it up, thank you guys so much for today. I had an absolute blast. Jimmy, thank you for being an amazing co-host and dealing with all my rants and anecdotes and
Same to you.
quirkiness. Yeah, hopefully see you guys again next time. I'm sure we'll be streaming again soon. We do have an episode planned in the future. I think my brother might be getting on, and we're going to be talking about immigration. That's going to be a thing that we focus on. We're going to be kind of addressing some of the talking points that are used on that. And that's going to be a really fun episode because that's something that I've been wanting to talk about for a very long time. And now is as good a time as any, especially after we have a president-elect who's talking about concentration camps and mass deportations. So